Man, I hate how YouTube shits itself whenever there's an interruption in the stream. They need to fix that above. Oh, anyway. Bird is still lockbox in a camp nestled in it. Oh, I also just realized that I haven't fucking started my chatbot. Not that it does much. I never really fixed it once I switched over to streaming from Linux. But technically it does some things still. That's one of these things that I kinda should fix at some point. But I'm too lazy to right now. Oh, cool. That's also shutting itself right now, then I won't. Whatever. I've buried a sealed lockbox in our camp nestled in Tevinter Ruin in the western reaches of the wilds. Western reaches, Tevinter Ruins. It's not that, though. Because that was definitely the other cache, right? There was that other guy. Oh. Actually, I need to do this for that real quick. Let me triple check that stuff is actually still working. That. Okay, Twitch is actually still working. Yep. YouTube. Okay, also appears to be working. Yes, okay, good. Alright, get the screen back. Whoop. Okay, where were we? Zoop. Now I need to snatch everyone's gear, right? Before we get back. That isn't really western reaches, that is south. So it's not... Oh, also that's where we found the other thing, so... There's that. We get there? No. So these are the ruins, right? There's not much else it can be. Hidden cache. Was that here before? You rummage around the rubble, find Rigby's secret cache. Inside is an iron lockbox sealed with wax. Open the lockbox, keep the contents, take the lockbox and bring to Jetta. That sounds fun. You stow the lockbox in your pack. Alright. Now for the important part. Although Restriction Alistair actually makes me feel like we will see more of this guy. So let's keep him around. Do 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 do. Don't mind the two naked guys. Just imagine they're wearing red shirts.
Let's get
Probably need to sell some shit.
If we wait too long, you won't be able to swing a dead cat without hitting a darkspawn.
Hello again. Is there something? Let me know what you'd like.
Wait. First. Oh, there's also a great sword.
Hello again. Do, 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 do. All right. That's better. I need to stash somewhere. Get rid of some of the things. I like how I saved after selling their gear.
So you returned from the wilds. Have you been successful?
We have.
Good. I've had the Circle mages.
Oh, fuck.
With the
I need to
blood
do the other
we
quest.
can begin the joining immediately.
Maybe we should tell you about Morrigan, the
There
mother.
was a woman at the tower, and her mother had the scrolls. They were both very odd.
Were they wilder folk?
I don't think so. They might be apostates. Mages hiding from the Chantry.
I know you were once a Templar, Alistair, but Chantry business is not ours. We have the scrolls. Let us focus on the joining.
What if we have second
Let me be
thoughts?
very clear on that point. You are not volunteers. Whether you were conscripted, there is no turning back now.
Courage? How much danger are we in?
I will not lie. We Grey Wardens pay a heavy price to become what we are. Fate may decree that you pay your price now, rather than later.
No problem facing what is to come. Is that why the joining is so secret? You're saying this route can kill us. Have come this far. I want to see this through.
I agree. Let's have it done.
Then let us begin. Alistair, take them to the old temple.
Oh.
The more I hear about this joining, the
Wait,
less I like it.
where do you have a weapon
Blubbering again.
from?
Why all these damn tests? Have I not earned my place?
Maybe it's tradition. Maybe they're just trying to annoy you.
Calm down, there's nothing we can do about it. I don't like this any more than you do. Stop yammering and giving me a headache. All humans such cowards.
I only know that my wife is in Highover with a child on the way. If they had warned me, it just doesn't seem fair.
Would you have come if they'd warned you? Maybe that's why they don't. The Wardens do what they must, right?
Including
We
sacrificing
do what
us.
we
I'd
must
sacrifice a lot more
because...
if I
No, we
knew
do
they
what
had
we
no blight.
can. No, we do what we must because we can, right? And whatever. Will you both shut up? That's a horrible thing to say, but we don't know that. You make a good point. Will you both shut up?
Yes, Sir Knight. Try not to wet your trousers until the ritual starts.
I've just never faced a foe I could not engage with my blade.
At last, we come to the joining. The Grey Wardens were founded during the First Blight, when humanity stood on the verge of annihilation. So it was that the first Grey Wardens drank of Darkspawn blood and mastered their taint.
We're going to drink the blood of those creatures.
Who'd have thunk?
As the first Grey Wardens did before us, as we did before you. This is the source of our power and our victory.
Those who survive the joining become immune to the taint. We can sense it in the Darkspawn and use it to slay the Archdemon.
Let's get on with it then. Those who survive, and if we're not sure about this, let's get on with
We
it.
speak only a few words prior to the joining, but these words have been said since the first. Alistair, if you would.
Join us, brothers and sisters. Join us in the shadows where we stand vigilant. Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn. And should you perish, know that your
He's totally not
sacrifice
going to
will
attack
not
us or
be
something.
forgotten. And that one day, we shall join you.
Davith, step forward.
Maker's breath.
I am sorry, Davith. Step forward, Jory.
But I have
Hold it.
a child. Had I
There
known.
is no turning back.
No! You ask too much. There is no glory in this.
I am sorry.
I am Jory. Good thing he was naked.
But the joining is not yet complete. You are called upon to submit yourself to the taint for the greater good.
Wait, I didn't even get a choice to get myself killed instead.
From this moment forth, you are a Grey Warden. It is finished. Welcome.
2 more deaths. In my joining, only one of us died, but it was horrible. I'm glad at least one of you made it through.
How do you feel?
It's over, I'm fine. Still can't believe he killed Jory. Nothing you said prepared me for that. The pain, that was unbelievable. Oh wait, I need to check something else real quick. Yep. That needs to be fixed. Not only does YouTube chat itself when you restart the stream, the ingest, I also now need to pop out a different chat window. The pain, that was unbelievable. It's over, I'm fine.
Did you have dreams? I had terrible dreams after my joining.
Elves don't dream.
Come when you begin to sense the Darkspawn, as we all do. That and many other things can be explained in the months to come.
Before I forget, there is one last part to your joining. We take some of that blood and put it in a pendant. Something to remind us of those who didn't make it this far.
Can I use the Joris blood instead?
Take some time. When you're ready, I'd like you to accompany me to a meeting with the king.
Very well.
To the west, down the stairs. Please
Items received. Oh, and a level up. Nice, 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 nice. Two talent points. Ooh. More lockpicking. Right? Items received. Warden's Oath. Amulet. And a longsword. That's the meeting with the king, I suppose.
The Mabari's stable for now, but not improved. Unless I get that herb I told you about, there's not much hope. Let me see. Yeah, that's exactly it. Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yeah, give me a moment and I'll make this into an ointment. He looks better already. I'm sure he'd thank you himself if he could.
How long before there's an improvement? What will happen to him now? I prefer thanks in the form of payment. How long before there's an improvement?
A day, maybe two. There's enough ointment for him to make a full recovery. Why not come back after the battle? Perhaps we can see about imprinting him on you.
That's what I was going for. I think that's possible.
Maybe. It's likely he understands you're responsible for curing him. Mabari are at least as smart as your average tax collector. Come back after the battle and just... well, take another look.
Nice. All right. I think I should use those whenever there's an elite enemy, right? And I'm totally not going to forget at all.
Loghain, my decision is final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault.
You risk too much, Cailan. The Darkspawn Horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines.
That's the case. Perhaps we should wait for the Orlesian forces to join us after all.
I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlesians to defend ourselves.
It is not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlesians are a thing of the past, and you will remember who is king.
How fortunate Marek did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century.
Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Duncan, are your men ready for battle?
They are, Your Majesty.
And this is the recruit I met earlier on the road? I understand congratulations are in order.
So the interesting thing is that the king is, like, disappointed that there's no archdemon on the battlefield, and it's way too easy to kill these pesky darkspawn, but suddenly he wants the Orlesians to help. Thank you, Your Majesty. I didn't have a choice, really. I don't feel that special. I didn't have a choice, really.
I suppose none of us do. But every Grey Warden is needed.
Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing, Cailan. We must attend to reality.
Fine. Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I draw the Darkspawn into charging our lines, and then?
You will alert the tower to light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from
To
cover.
flank the Darkspawn, I remember. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes? Well, who shall light this beacon?
I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but it is vital.
Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Warden to make sure it's done.
Called it. I'll do my best, Your Majesty. I'll do my best, Your Majesty. You mean I won't be fighting the battle? I refuse to be sent on an errand. If it's not dangerous, I can do it myself.
No. It's best that you both go.
You rely on these Grey Wardens too much. Is that truly wise?
Send him, Your Majesty.
Your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight no matter where they're from.
Your Majesty, you should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing.
There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds.
Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan?
Yes, Your Majesty.
All three of us.
The tower and its beacon are unnecessary. The
We
circle
will
of
not
Magi...
trust any lives to your spells, Mage. Save them for the Darkspawn.
Enough! This plan will suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid.
Glorious moment for us all.
And he's totally not going to betray us at some point in the near future.
You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit.
What? I won't be in the battle.
This is by the King's personal request, Alistair. If the beacon is not lit, Tern Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
So he needs 2 Grey Wardens standing up there holding the torch, just in case, right?
Ready to go? Where this Tower of Ishal is exactly... Oh, I know where! I agree with Alistair, we should be in the battle. Stop your whining, we have an important job.
We must do whatever it takes to destroy the Darkspawn. Exciting or no.
I get it, I get it. Just so you know, if the king ever asks me to put on a dress and dance to Remigold, I'm drawing the line. Darkspawn will know.
Way to take a stand, Alistair! You have some odd ideas about the king? I don't know, that could be a great distraction.
Me shimmying down the Darkspawn line? Sure. We could kill them while they roll around laughing.
The tower is on the other side of the gorge from the King's camp, the way we came when we arrived. You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley.
So it's easy enough. When do we light the beacon? Where will you be? So, when do we light the beacon?
We will signal you when the time is right. Alistair will know what to...
Wait. If you can signal me, then you can surely signal the troops. I know what I have to do. Can we join the battle afterwards? What if the Archdemon appears? Which time do we have? Are we in danger? What if the Archdemon appears?
We soil our drawers, that's what.
If it does, leave it to us. I want no heroics from either of you.
I know what I have to do. Can we join the battle afterwards? Okay. I know what I have to do.
Then I must join the others. From here, you two are on your own. Remember, you are both Grey Wardens. I expect you to be worthy of that title.
Duncan, may the Maker watch over you.
May he watch over us all.
Yes, me. Alistair disapproves. Come on. Just for that little joke. Oh shit, I shouldn't have sold all my bows. Oh well. Oh well. So Alistair is an actual permanent party member, I suppose. Wait, is the demon going to appear even before we go there? Interesting striped pattern there.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The Blight ends here.
Of course. That's why there's no video game left after this battle. Where's the war cry? Come on, you can do better. Wait, they sent the dogs first? Oh god, the poor doggos.
For Ferelden!
Oh. Oh no. Don't break the bridge before I can make it over.
Let's cross the bridge and get to the tower of his...
Shawl. What did I say about breaking the bridge? Ow. Huh. Templar, you see. Radius strike. Each of the Templar melee hits against an enemy spellcaster drains its mana. Interesting. Powerful. Greater health and reduce the fatigue penalty for wearing armor. Warrior adopts challenging posture that increases enemy hostility with each melee attack. That's nice. So, that's the tank thing. Oops. Precise striking. Dual weapon, no. Archery, no. Weapon and shield. Shield pommel, overpower. Shield defense. Two-handed. I think we are going to go with threaten.
Help me. They're everywhere. You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower. It's been taken.
What are you talking about, man?
Oh no. From below. Yep, called it.
Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
This man.
Must get to the top
What
of
do
the
we do
tower.
now?
With his big surprised eyes. Oh. Interesting. Can I take all your shit, please? Whatever. Wait. This behavior arranged. Archer. Wait. Not really an archer, but whatever. Tower guard. Oh wait, tower guard is defender. Aggressive. Circle mage. Damager. Ranged.
Take that!
got you there! Let's grab some glory! Our music! As you wish. Done.
Where's that last genlock? Isn't there?
All right.
Oh, he's up there, okay.
Off I go.
Cut them down! There's so many!
Yes.
What do we do now?
Kill them all, bitch.
Going. Yes.
At your order.
Now this should be fun! Let's do this quickly, shall we?
Take that!
If you insist!
Cut them down!
Take that! Ha-ha! Now.
That was perfect. Tower guard tanking as much as it could without getting heals. And then Alistair swooping in and taking the aggro.
Not enough!
Cane bolt, flame blast, weakness, flaming weapons. It's only melee weapons, lightning, cane shield, paralyze. I am way too lazy to read through all this magic crap.
Yes.
Oh, the archer won't come, that's annoying. Not gonna lie, very annoying.
All right. I'm... Another.
Oh! Well, case in point about it's hard to keep track of HP.
Let's grab some glory! Quick!
Alistair, you will drink one of these, please.
Watch it! Oh, look! It wants to fight! Right there!
Cut them down!
Alright, that's it! I'm off.
Can we all calm down for a second, please? I should probably make them non-aggressive. Defensive.
Oh no! Stop! As you wish. Not fair! Right.
Wait, are we still in combat?
Going. You need help? Aha!
Apparently, we are still in combat.
Look now. As you wish.
Trap triggered. Great. Can you guys come back, please? Well, he's not coming, apparently.
All right.
Paralyze. Boop. Paralyze that man, please.
There's so many!
Get fucked, idiot. What? No loot? See? I totally didn't forget to use the special arrows.
I'm off. Done.
Cut them down!
Oh!
Down you go!
Very well. Look over there! Not bad! For the Grey Warden!
I guess I didn't pay attention to this man's health. Once again.
Alright, this is it! There's so many!
You ain't there,
Right then!
how amusing!
Holy guacamole.
I'm off. Have at you then!
Friendly fire? The powers of magic are significant but can be uncontrollable. Mages have access to spells like Fireball that affect a whole area rather than just a single target, while these spells are useful against group of enemies. Also indiscriminate. Okay, makes sense. Genlock Emissary, okay. Apparently those are also a thing. Oh, yeah, that symbol.
Maker's breath. What are these Darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the Horde? There wasn't supposed to be any resistance here.
Weren't you complaining that you wouldn't get to fight? There's no point moaning about it. We have fighting to do. You could try telling them they're in the wrong place. Now, weren't you the one complaining you wouldn't get to fight?
Hey, you're right. I guess there is a silver lining here if you think about it. At any rate, we need to hurry. We need to get up to the top of the tower and light the signal fire in time. Taron Loghain will be waiting for the signal.
New screenshot. The screenshots are funny. I think I'll keep them. There's a chest tower over there. Okay, out there, then to the left first. Ooh, there are doors.
Right.
Alright.
Some darkspawn!
That is a thing that happened.
Point me! Going. All right.
Do-do-do-do.
Yes. Going.
History of the Chantry. The First Blight devastated the Tevinter Imperium. Not only had the Darkspawn ravaged the countryside, but Tevinter citizens had to face the fact that their own gods had turned against them. Dumont, the old god once known as the Dragon of Silence, had risen to silence the world, and despite the frenzied pleas for help, the other old gods did nothing. The people of the Imperium began to question their faith, murdering priests and burning temples to punish the gods for not returning to help. In those days, even after the devastation of the First Blight, the Imperium stretched across the known world. Fringed with barbarian tribes, the Imperium was well prepared for invasion and attacks from without. Fitting then that the story of its downfall begins from within. The people of the far northern and eastern reaches of the Imperium rose against the powerful overlords in rebellion. The Tevinter Magistus summoned demons to put down those small rebellions, leaving corpses to burn as examples to all who would dare revolt. The Imperium began to tear itself apart from within, throngs of angry and disillusioned citizens doing what centuries of opposing armies could not. But the Magistas were confident in their power, and they could not imagine surviving a blight only to be destroyed by their own subjects. Even after the blight, Tevinter commanded an army larger than that of any other organization in Thedas, but that army was scattered and its morale dwindling. The ruin of Tevinter was such that the Almari barbarians who had spread their clans and holds over the wilderness of the Ferelden Valley at the far southeast edge of the Imperium saw weakness in their enemy, and after an age of oppression embarked on a campaign not only to free their own lands, but to bring down mighty Tevinter as well. The leaders of that blessed campaign were the great barbarian warlord Maphera and his wife Andraste. Their dreams and ambitions would change the world forever. From Tales of the Destruction of Thedas by Brother Genitavis Gentry Scholar.
Yes. Saving the day. Here I am.
Right.
Very well. On it. Where do I go? Done.
Flame Blast, Cone of Flame. Range short.
Here I am.
Do 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 do. I am taking it all because I can.
Yes. I'm off. They just crop up everywhere. Right there.
This is it!
Have at you then!
On the...
What? Oh, look! It wants to fight!
Do 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 do.
I'm off. Yes.
It's interesting that there was no way down, but they
No game
apparently
better
came
be
from
ready to
below.
charge as soon as we light the signal. The king is depending on us.
This feels like an arena, doesn't it?
I'm right.
Can you drink this fucking thing, please? Thank you. That's better. Actually running out of ice arrows, that's funny.
Yes. All right. Oh no, you don't want to. Yes.
So much for running out of ice arrows.
Point me.
Okay, I'm with you now. You asked for it. Test, test. Yes. Off I go. Right. Nice try.
Do 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 do. Nice. Didn't need to waste the healing pot on Alistair. Codex, Genlock Alpha. Yeah, I hadn't seen one of those before. Yeah, friendly fire, fuck off.
Yes. Let's make this quick. Die. Going.
What? War paint of the Wolfhound. Mabari war paint. What the fuck? They're actual items for the fucking dogs. Oh my god.
Cut them down!
It is so brutal that starting a fight pulls the entire like neighborhood every time.
I'm off. Going. Huh.
But hey, on the plus side, it means I've cleared everything already.
Going.
Penalty to cunning, penalty to magic. Don't care. Neither of those are relevant.
Right. As you wish.
Oh, look! It's fine!
This is it!
What's over there?
A bit more dying, please.
Take that! Die!
Oh, no!
Level up, hoo-hoo. Sure. A singular talent reposed. Grappling shot aim. I guess I want to go to Master Archery at some point, right? That's a big one. That's a fucking big one. Alright. Gondor calls for aid. Let's do a name. Can I not go and light the beacon? Apparently not. You mage, do a paralyze, please.
Off I go.
Let's do this quick, shall we?
There's so many!
I said, oh fuck, it's a cooldown. Sure, do some flaming weapons. Weakness. Sure. Resisted again, that's fun. Alright, you win.
Yes!
Can you please not kill Alice? Dude, I told you to aim.
Here I am. Yes! Oh, you have to do much better than that. Behind!
And he's dead, okay. That asshole stole my kill.
All right. Beacon's over here. Surely's missed the signal. Best light it quickly before it's too late.
I'm so mad. More fatigue. More missile deflection. No, it's better. Penalty to cunning. Oh, that's fine. I think it's time for a break, Reno. See you in 5. Welcome back. Made myself some breakfast. And let's go light a beacon.
Sound the retreat.
But what about the king? Should we not...
Do as I command.
Did I call it or what?
Pull out! All of you, let's move!
So these guys haven't allied with the Darkspawn though, right? So, because in that case they could have just left. Instead they waited for the signal. So this is just good old-fashioned treason. Bite his head off. I wonder if Duncan dies too. Did not expect that, but doesn't mean it won't happen, right? Also, I guess I wasn't 100% on the king dying. But I called the treason. The backstabbing. Betrayal is the word I was looking for. Betrayal.
Ah, your eyes finally open. Mother shall be pleased.
Why, hello there, lady. What happened to the Darkspawn? I remember you're the girl from the wilds. Yes, where am I?
Back in the wilds, of course. I am Morrigan, lest you have forgotten, and I have just bandaged your wounds. You are welcome, by the way. How does your memory fare? Do you remember Mother's rescue?
Wait, what happened to the army, to the king? I remember being overwhelmed by Darkspawn. She rescued me, you mean from the tower? Let's go with that one.
Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas a close call. What is important is that you both live. The man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well.
I can see that. My friend, you mean Alistair? What happened to the Grey Wardens and the king? Neither am I. This is horrible.
Of that I have no doubt. Your friend has been inconsolable since Mother told him the news. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke.
I will go then. Why does your mother want to see me? Were my injuries severe? There's some questions if you don't mind.
I do not mind. Take your time.
Are we safe here? Where are the Darkspawn?
We are safe, for the moment. Mother's magic keeps the Darkspawn away. Once you leave, 'tis uncertain what will happen. The Horde has moved on, so you might avoid it.
Why did your mother save us?
I wonder at that myself. But she tells me nothing. Perhaps you were the only ones she could reach. I would have rescued your king. A king would be worth a much higher ransom than you.
Much, much higher.
What a sensible attitude. Mother is seldom sensible, however.
How did she manage to rescue us exactly?
She turned into a giant bird and plucked the two of you from atop the tower, one in each talon. If you do not believe that tale, then I suggest you ask Mother yourself. She may even tell you.
Are there any survivors besides us?
Only stragglers that are long gone. You would not want to see what is happening in that valley now.
Why? What's happening? You're right, I wouldn't. Why did Tan Loghain abandon the king? Why? What's happening?
Are you sure you want me to describe it?
Yes.
I had a good view of the battlefield. 'Tis a grisly scene. There are bodies everywhere, and Darkspawn swarm them, feeding, I think. They also look for survivors and drag them back down beneath the ground. I cannot say why.
I think I've asked enough questions. So those survivors could be rescued. Why did Tan Loghain abandon the king?
I do not know who this Loghain even is. Perhaps ask Mother of it. I agree. 'Tis time you speak with Mother, then be on your way.
Oh, Morrigan. Oh, Morrigan, you want to come with me? You know you want to. Sir Cawthron. Some of us know what honor and loyalty are. Cawthron came to Loghain's service the hard way. She belonged to a poor family and was out doing work on a farm when she saw a man on horseback being attacked by several bandits. She rushed to his assistance, found out belatedly that the man she saved was none other than the great hero Loghain. Though she was hardly more than a child, he took her in, offering her a position with his soldiers, and she climbed through the ranks through sheer determination, becoming the commander of Marik's Shield, Loghain's elite soldiers, with the proudest moment of her life. I guess no longer, right? King Cailan Theron hoped for a war like in the tales, or whatever. He fell in battle alongside Duncan at Ostagar, so Duncan is dead. He was killed in the battle against overwhelming numbers of Darkspawn at Ostagar alongside King Cailan. Loghain MacTur. During the battle at Ostagar, he fled the field, leaving King Cailan and the Grey Wardens to die. Havard's Aegis. Havard was Mephorath's closest friend. They were children together in the same Evera clan. They fought side by side in so many battles that Mephorath dubbed him Havard the Aegis, better to have at his side than any shield. Mephorath brought Havard with him to meet with the Tiventus. It was unthinkable to stand before his enemies without his Aegis. When he understood that Mephorath was giving Andraste over to be executed, Havard, unwilling to draw swords against his friend in leash, placed himself between Andraste and the Tevinter soldiers. The Tevinter struck him down and Mephorath left him for dead. But Aegis was not so easily destroyed. Havard lived and made his way, gravely wounded, to the gates of Minrathous to stop the execution. Too late. He found only the ashes of the prophet left to the wind and rain. When his fingers touched the ash, his ears filled with song, and he saw a vision of Andraste dressed in cloth of starlight. She knelt at his side, saying, "Rise, aegis of the faith. The Maker shall never forget you so long as I remember." His wounds healed instantly, and with new strength Havard gathered up Andraste's remains and carried them safely back to the lands of the Aldemari. Ogre! Towering over their darkspawn kin, the massive ogres are a rare sight on the battlefield. Traditionally, they only appear during a blight, but some records claim that ogres have been spotted in the deep roads hunting alone or in small groups. At least one report by the Grey Warden claims that an ogre was spotted along the Khosari Wilds in 919 Dragon. Though it was weakened and easily dispatched, up to 100 of these creatures can accompany Darkspawn Horde at any one time during a blight, often using their great strength to burst through fortifications and demolish the front lines of the opposing army. They use brute force to charge their enemies like bolts, slam the ground with their fists to shake enemies off their feet, and hurl giant rocks into the face of oncoming foes. Melee can be difficult against a giant that snatches a warrior up in one hand, crushing the life out of him or beating him into oblivion with the other hand. The nimble can try to wiggle his way free, or an ally can attempt an array of stunning blows on an ogre to free the comrade in danger. Grey Warden law urges caution when slaying an ogre. Unless it's ensured that they have received a major wound to the head or the heart, it is possible that they are lying dormant and will regenerate to full health within a matter of minutes. During a blight, most Grey Wardens recommend burning all Darkspawn to ashes. Dead, quote-unquote, ogres in particular. Makes sense. Achievement unlocked, resilient. Where can I see my achievements? Conscripted. Complete the City Elf origin story. Oh, those are the origin stories. Last of the Wardens completed Ostagar. Grey Warden killed 100 Darkspawn. Bloodied. Complete an origin story without the main character ever falling in battle. Resilient, complete Ostagar without the main character ever falling in battle. Educated, use the tome to improve the main character's attributes, talents, spells, or skills. Lockpicker, pick the lock on a chest or door. Alright.
You must speak to Mother, then be gone. You have an army of Darkspawn to avoid, and 'twould be best to get an early start.
Why does your mother
I
want
do
to
not
see
know.
me?
She rarely tells me her plans.
Were my injuries severe?
Yes, but I expect you shall be fine. The Darkspawn did nothing Mother could not heal.
Thank you for helping me, Morrigan.
You were welcome. Though Mother did most of the work, I am no healer. I will stay and make something to eat.
I'm off.
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure.
Mate, you're the one who got his head bashed in by an ogre. I'm not, thanks to Morgan's mother. Afraid you were going to be left alone. I finally appreciate your concern. It takes more than a few Darkspawn to kill me.
Duncan's dead. The Grey Wardens. Even the King. They're all dead. Oh, this doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told us your name?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it not?
Who cares what she is? We need to do something now. So why did you save us? If you're Flemeth, you must be very old and powerful. We can't be safe here where all the Darkspawn. I suppose we should thank you.
If you know what is good for you, I suppose you should.
Thank you. We need to stop this blight somehow. Is there some way we can repay you? So why did you save us?
Well, we cannot have all the Grey Wardens dying at once, can we? Someone has to deal with these Darkspawn. It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the blight. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
Of course not. It changed when most of them were slaughtered. The Grey Wardens are no more. Let someone else do it. The land is hardly united, thanks to Loghain.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he do it?
Now that is a good question.
Yep.
Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat.
The Archdemon.
It's interesting, though. I did expect the Archdemon to show up. And we need to find this Archdemon. What is this Archdemon exactly? Alistair Thuriga won here, not me. Will it help us fight this Blight, Flemeth? We should contact the rest of the Grey Ones. What could the Terran hope to gain by betraying the king? That's interesting.
The throne? Still, I can't see how he'll get away with murder.
You speak as if he would be the first king to gain his throne that way. Grow up, boy.
If Al-Eamon knew what he did, he would never stand for it. The Landsmeet would never stand for it. There would be civil war.
Well, they don't know, right? Al-Eamon, the Earl of Redcliffe. Oh, I have a question, Redcliffe. Perhaps we should go to him then. You think the Earl would believe us over the Ten?
I suppose. Al-Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help.
Surely there are other allies we could call on. That sounds like an excellent idea. Keep in mind that Loghain was also an honorable man. Everyone will see the danger the Blight poses, right? And say he doesn't help us, what then? Keep in mind that Loghain was also an honorable man.
The Jarl would never do what Teyrn Loghain did. I know him too well. I still don't know if Arl Eamon's help would be enough. He can't defeat the Darkspawn horde by himself.
Surely there are other allies we could call on.
Of course! The treaties! Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arl Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
Mate, aren't you, like, technically my superior? Why not? Isn't that what Grey Wardens do? As long as there's some profit in it. Whoa, let's not get out of ourselves. I doubt it will be as easy as that. Yep, that.
And when is it ever?
It's always been the Grey Warden's duty to stand against the Blight. And right now, we're the Grey Wardens.
So you are set then? Ready to be Grey Wardens?
What? Where's that coming from? As ready as we'll ever be, I'd be happy with just staying alive. Don't suppose you could offer any help. Yes, thank you for everything. We're going, old woman, to push us. As ready as we'll ever be.
Now, before you go, there is yet one more thing I can offer you.
My daughter in marriage.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Shall we have 2 guests for the eve? Or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them.
Meow.
Such a shame.
What?
The last time I looked, you had ears.
I think that's an excellent idea. What makes you think we want to... Thank you, but if Morrigan does wish to join us, what makes you think we want to...
Her magic will be useful. Even better, she knows the wilds and how to get past the horde.
Have I no say in this?
No.
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
Very well. We'll take her with us. Was this your idea all along? She had better be as useful as you say. Was this your idea all along?
Pardon me, but I had the impression that you two needed assistance. Whatever the fault.
No, we don't.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Point taken.
Mother, this is not how I wanted this. I'm not even ready.
You must be ready. Alone, these two must unite Ferelden against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the Blight. Even I.
I... understand.
Do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
Understand, we don't need her help. She won't come to harm with us. I can't promise that. I understand.
Allow me to get my things, if you please. I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the wilds as our first destination. It is not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours.
I think we should just get in the way. Prefer you speak your mind. I have no problems with your presence if Alistair doesn't actually have some questions. Prefer you speak your mind.
You will regret saying that.
Probably.
Dear sweet mother, you are so kind to cast me out like this. How fondly I shall remember this moment.
Well, I always said, if you want something done, do it yourself. Or hear about it for a decade or two afterwards.
Do you really want to take her along because her mother says so?
We need all the help we can get. Not really, no. And the second option, clearly the correct one. Now get over yourself, Alistair.
If you worry that I will summon demons and transform into an abomination, I assure you I will at least wait until you are not looking.
I feel better already.
I think we should just get underway. Actually, I have some questions. No, I had my questions answered.
Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the Blight.
Yeah.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
Yes, please have fun with me. Alistair approves, Morgan approves. Nice, nice, nice. Flemeth, you're required to do nothing, least of all believe. Ages ago, legend says Ben Conobar took to wife a beautiful young woman who harbored a secret talent for magic, Flemeth of Highever. And for a time they lived happily, until the arrival of a young poet, Ozen, captured the lady's heart with his verse. They turned to the Chassan tribes for help and hid from Conobar's wrath in the wilds until word came to them that Conobar lay dying. His last wish was to see Flemeth's face one final time. The lovers returned, but it was a trap. Dun dun dun. Conobar killed Ozen and imprisoned Flemeth in the highest tower of the castle. In grief and rage, Flemeth worked a spell to summon a spirit into this world to wreak vengeance upon her husband. Vengeance she received, but not as she planned. The spirit took possession of her, turning Flemeth into an abomination. Twisted, maddened creature, she slaughtered Conobar and all his men and fled back into the wilds. For 100 years, Flemeth plotted, stealing men from the Chassan to sire monstrous daughters, horrific things that could kill a man with fear. These Korcari witches, Korcari? I have no idea. Witches led an army of Chassan from the wilds to strike at the Alamari tribes. They were defeated by the hero Cormac, and all the witches burned, so they say. But even now, the Wilders whisper that Flemeth lives on in the marsh, and she and her daughter steal those men who come too near. Morgan's mother saved the last Grey Wardens from death at the top of the Tower of Ishal, but just who or what Flemeth truly is a mystery. Alistair, you know, one good thing about the Blight is how it brings people together. Alistair was a novice Templar when Duncan recruited him into the Grey Wardens. Oh, what? We had that. His mother was a serving girl who died when Alistair was very young. He was raised by Eamon Garin, Earl of Redcliffe at the time. Did he tell us that? Earl Eamon Garin. Nobility does not exist without obligation. We owe all we have in our lives to our land and our people. As the maternal uncle of King Cailan, Earl Eamon is one of the king's most trusted advisors. Redcliffe, while not a large or especially wealthy part of Ferelden, is a critical strategic location. The fortress guards the western pass that leads to Orlais, as well as the major trade route with Orzammar. A well-respected man, though not the most charismatic, King Cailan once said of him, "My uncle Eamon is a man everyone thinks well of, when they remember to think of him at all." Morrigan. Her mother claims to be Flemeth. If that's true, the Morrigan might well be a very powerful witch, for the talents of the daughters of Flemeth tell of twisted, monstrous woman who can kill a man with fear. She was made to accompany the surviving Grey Wardens, the payment, Flemeth said, for saving their lives at the Tower of Ishal. West, Earl of Redcliffe, Peregrine of her kind. Gain Orzammar's aid in battling the Blight. Ooh. Age of the Beast, gain the cooperation of the Dalish clans. Broken Circle, gather the mages of the circle to your army. Okay, so the game proper has opened up now. Let's give you some constitution. Stealing, trap making, survival. Herbalism, poison making. Herbalism is probably useful, right? But we can have someone else do that. Master combat training, bam. Shield defense, sure. I don't have any idea what I'm doing, so whatever. Morrigan. Controller. Behavior. Ranged. Alright. Guess there's not many places to go.
Have you not left yet? I hope you are not hanging about for some stew.
Yes, please, I want to. Could you answer some questions?
Questions. One would think a Grey Warden would...
Can I ask about your magic?
What good would it do you? You are no mage. It is sufficient that I have passed on my knowledge to Morrigan, and I pass her on to you.
Like a worn dress or an old pair of shoes.
Are you still here? You cannot give them away, apparently.
How long have you lived in the wilds?
Since before I was wrinkled and old. Ah, you may think it strange, but I was once young and beautiful, just as Morrigan is now. Yes, men desired Flemeth then, and some even killed for her.
I'm not sure that Morrigan is young or beautiful. Don't seem happy about that. Are you sure that didn't just die from horror?
You will need that smart mouth for more than asking me silly questions. Then we are done. Now, if you will excuse me, I have some dinner to eat.
All right.
Party camp. Let's go to the camp. Whatever that means. Need to get rid of my alarm real quick. That's pretty good. Party camp. All of your party's injuries are healed when you return to camp. Each member can be found somewhere in the camp, making the ideal location, hand on new equipment, give gifts, or talk. Okay. World map. Cannot travel at this time, okay. That's a pretty big thing.
What do you need?
Do you want to talk about Duncan?
You don't have to do that. I know you didn't know him as long as I did.
I just thought you might need to talk. That doesn't mean I don't mourn his loss. He was like a father to you, I understand. Good. I don't want you to fall apart again. I just thought you might want to talk.
I should have handled it better. Duncan warned me right from the beginning that this could happen. Any of us could die in battle. I shouldn't have lost it, not when so much is riding on us, not with the Blight and everything. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. No need to apologize. Let's forget about it. Just don't let it happen again. No need to apologize.
I'd like to have a proper funeral for him. Maybe once this is all done, if we're still alive. I don't think he had any family to speak of.
What about the other Grey Wardens? He had you. That's next idea. Don't you get the chance? He had you.
I suppose he did. It probably sounds stupid, but part of me wishes I was with him, in the battle. I feel like I abandoned him.
No, I understand completely. You saved your life by sending you to the tower. Yes, that's stupid. You'd be dead. Saved your life by sending you to the tower.
Yes. I know. I think he came from High-Ever. Or so he said.
High-Ever, wherever,
Maybe
whatever.
I'll go up there sometime. See about putting up something in his honor. I don't know. Have you had someone close to you die? Not that I mean to pry, I'm just...
Lost enough to know what you're going through. I saw plenty of death in the alienage. I'd rather not talk about it. Lost enough to know what you're going through.
Yes, I imagine you really have, haven't you? Thank you. Really, I mean it. It was good to talk about it, at least a little.
Anytime. Maybe I'll go to High-Ever with you when you go. He was a friend of mine too. Yes, well, just don't tell anyone. Let's get going. Maybe I'll go to High-Ever with you when you go.
I'd like that. So would he, I think.
Let's start buttering up this man. World map.
What
Hey there, beautiful. I'd like to ask you something.
if you must?
How did you become a shape changer?
I was not
Wait,
born.
she's a shape changer?
It is a skill of Flemeth's, taught over many years in the wilds. The chastened have tales of we witches, saying that we assume the forms of creatures to watch them from hiding. When a child is alone and separate from his tribe, that is when we strike, dragging the young boy kicking and screaming to our lair to be devoured. A most amusing legend.
Yes, amusing. Mother's been doing this for a long time then? Does sound like something you do, but it's just legend, right? That does sound like something you do.
Oh? I truly doubt that children would be worth the effort. They are filthy, smelly things full of tears and snot and trouble. That said, I cannot speak for the tastes of my mother. She has, after all, lived a very lengthy time in the wilds and done many things I know nothing of. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you wish to know?
Can you change into other human forms as well? Can you become a shape changer? Can anyone become a shape changer? Do you spend a lot of time as an animal? I've never heard of magic like that before. Can you change into other human forms as well?
The form of an animal is different from my own. One may study the creature, learn to move as it does, think as it does. In time, this allows one to become as it is. I gain nothing by studying another human. I already am the same as they are. I learn nothing. So the answer is no, my human form is the only one I possess.
Can anyone become a shape changer?
Anyone with sufficient will. But the act of transformation is a magical one. 'Tis a spell and thus requires a mage's talents. If you had a notion to learn such a skill for yourself, sadly, you must remain disappointed.
Do you spend a lot of time as an animal?
There were nights when the wilds called to me, 'tis true. You look upon the world around you and you think you know it well. I have smelled it as a wolf, listened as a cat, prowled shadows that you never dreamed existed. But my life is as a human. I am under no illusions to the contrary.
What do other animals think of you when you're changed?
They do not shy away from me. To their senses, I believe I seem like any other of their species. As to what they think, I truly cannot say. Just as I am still human, no matter my form, they are still animals. Thus they cannot speak, even were I to ask.
Never heard of magic like that before.
No? 'Tis not unheard of in the remote corners of the world. There are traditions of magic outside of the circle of magi, despite what those mages would have you believe. Some of these traditions are old, indeed, passed down as carefully guarded lore from one generation to the next. The zealots of the chantry would uproot all such practitioners if they could. But as luck have it, some still exist. My mother is such a one.
By practitioners, you mean apostates, don't you? The chantry simply seeks to protect us from danger. Isn't that a sort of magic open to abuse? That's good. Such traditions need to be preserved, yes.
I am surprised you think so. Still, 'tis a pleasant thing to hear. Indeed. Have you an opinion on my abilities, then? Am I an unnatural abomination to be put to the torch?
Not the torch, no. I think your abilities sound quite useful. Does seem a little revolting. Maybe tied to a flagpole and tickled. That would just make you angry, I think, at the very least. Maybe tied to a flagpole and tickled.
I wouldn't advise it. But enough of such talk. Let us proceed, lest the dust gather on us.
Morrigan approves. She's into getting tickled. You heard it here first. She's into it. Yeah, wear something more modest, lady. Wait, can I wear Morrigan's robes? No! Oh, +2 magic and cold damage. Okay, okay, you can keep it. So that's all we can go to here. I guess that's where the dwarves are. That's back where the king is. That's probably where we can find the Dalish. And that's where we have to go towards the dwarves. Or maybe this way and then this way, I don't know. Oh, are we getting attacked on the way? Is that what's happening here? Let's Denerim.
Each of you to supply these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly. There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Anora's regent, and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good. But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most fortuitous.
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you!
The Bannorn will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
Bantegan, please!
Your Majesty, your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Bantegan, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, Your Majesty?
Not quite sure where she stands yet. I suppose we will find out at some point. Oh, that's the doggo. Oh, hello there. So, this guy cannot die. Or I must kill everyone involved. I don't think we have a normal one anymore. What do we have here? I have no clue. Just do whatever. I don't care.
Very well.
What the fuck is Morrigan doing? I like how the doggo has essentially killed the alpha on his own.
Yes. So be it.
Oh, this could be good.
Very well.
He wags his tail happily and pants. Those darkspawn didn't hurt you, boy, did they? I hate dogs, sure, go away. Think this is the Mabari helped cure back at Ostagar. Or 4. Pet the Hound.
I think he was out there looking for you. He's chosen you. Mabari are like that. They call it imprinting.
Does this mean we're going to have this mangy beast following us about now? Wonderful.
He's not
I actually hate the combat system, so I think I'm just going to turn down the difficulty. I always wanted a dog like this, maybe it's meant to be, but I don't want a dog too much responsibility. If you like him, you can have him, he can come, but he'd better make himself useful. I've always wanted a dog. I wonder if he's a full-fledged team member. Please enter a name for the dog. John. Wow, he's the actual fucking team member. The Mabari is clever enough to speak and wise enough to know not to. Ferelden proverb. John found this Mabari in the camp at Ostagar. His master was killed in the wilds and John fell ill from biting the darkspawn in battle. John seems to have chosen John as his new master now, seeking John out of the battle at Ostagar and warning him of an impending darkspawn attack. Ah, beautiful. Logain Mekta. He then returned to Denerim and declared himself the regent to his daughter, Queen Enora, demanding that Ferelden follow him against the darkspawn, upsetting a great many of the burns. Queen Enora. We have been given the gift of freedom by our forebears, let's not squander it. The only child of the war hero Logain Mekta, Enora has never been one to stay quietly in the background. It is common knowledge that in the 5 years Enora and Kaelin held the throne together, she was the one wielding the power. She is held in much higher esteem than her husband by the people of Ferelden, nobility and commoners alike, and commands the respect even of foreign nations, having once inspired Empress Selene of Orlais to declare Enora of Ferelden a solitary rose among brambles. That's interesting, but she doesn't stand up to her father when it reads like she could. Ban Tegan Garen. The Banon will not bow to you simply because you demand it. Younger brother to Al Eamon of Radcliffe and uncle to King Kaelin, Tegan holds the Banon of Rainsphere, a tiny province of Radcliffe squeezed between the Frostback Mountains and Lake Killen Hat. Ban Tegan avoids the Denerim court except to go hunting with his nephew and rarely makes himself heard at the Landsmeet, preferring to leave politics to his brother. If only Eamon was here. Party approval. One of your party members has begun to generally like you and respect your leadership. So improve your leadership with party members, head back to camp to speak with them. They'll be much more willing to open up when they don't have to worry about death around every corner, and you'll need to talk to them more if you want to continue to improve your relationship. Meow. You can track party members' approval ratings using the orange bar at the bottom of their character records. Okay. You mean like these? Wait, what? How does she like me more than him? Ooh, equipment. Tribal necklace. War paint of the Wolfhound, +4 damage versus beasts. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. War dog. defensive. Approval plus 100. Is that a nice little companion? If only the others were this easy to handle. I don't like that one bit. Oh, alright.
Wake up, gentlemen! More travelers to attend to. Led by an elf, of all things.
They don't look much like them others, you know. Maybe we should just let these ones pass.
Maybe.
Nonsense. Greetings, travelers!
Highwaymen, preying on those fleeing the Darkspawn, I suppose.
They are fools to get in our way. I say, teach them a lesson.
My girl!
Greet someone. A simple 10 silvers and you're free to move on.
You should listen to your friend. We're not refugees. You're toll collectors then. Don't have that kind of coin. Where are all these 10 silvers? You should listen to your friend.
What did I tell you? No wagons, and this one looks armed.
The toll applies to everyone, Henrik. That's why it's a toll, and not, say, a refugee tax.
Oh, right. Even if you're no refugee, you still gotta pay.
Forget it, not paying your toll collectors then. I don't have that kind of coin. What toll collectors then?
Indeed, for the upkeep of the Imperial Highway. It's a bit of a mess, isn't it?
You're fixing the highway, I think not. Perhaps you should charge more then. I don't have that kind of... Perhaps you should charge more then.
You want to pay more? Well, we'll happily accept donations.
Forget it, I'm not paying. Plus wait, no, but a caravan is following me. There's plenty of gold. I'm just saying it's rough business for such a pittance.
I could be mistaken, but that sounded threatening.
Sounded like a threat to me.
Yes, it did.
Because you seem a bit outnumbered.
It's hard to be outnumbered by common thugs. Do you really want to fight a Grey Warden? Fine, here's 10 silvers, just let me buy. It's hard to be outnumbered by common thugs.
Well, I can't say I'm pleased to hear that. We have rules, you know.
Right. We get to ransack your corpse then. Those are the rules.
You can certainly try.
Well, this is going nowhere. Let's finish this, gents.
Yeah!
Where's that bandit running off to? Oh yeah, I wanted to turn down the difficulty, I remember. Difficulty. Easy. Wow. I have literally run out of fucking healing.
All you can. Now we get our save some things.
All right, we surrender. We're just trying to get by before the Darkspawn get us all.
You picked the wrong target. Get by, you criminal. This study operation is pathetic. I could do better. Pick the wrong target.
Yes, of course. We should have been more careful. I'm sorry.
Now you die. That's all you deserve. I want some questions answered and turn you into the authorities. You follow my lead, I could use some soldiers. Hand over everything you've stolen.
Yes, of course. The coins we collected are right here. Just over 100 silvers. The rest is in the chests we brought. I swear.
Now you die. Turning you into the authorities.
There aren't any. Just the Templars, and they'll execute me.
And I'll execute you here.
I'm not going down without a fight.
Dude. Are you kidding me?
That's a lot of blood.
I'm off.
Knight's Locket. Interesting. Knight's Note. New quest.
Here.
Lothering the Imperial Highway. You have arrived in Lothering, may rest and resupply here. Past the village lies the Imperial Highway, the road that runs through all of Ferelden. The highway will take you to the various places you need to go. Okay. What did you do? Fallen Templar. You found the body of a Templar slain by bandits. His corpse has been picked clean of everything. Save a note and a locket. Perhaps the locket will mean something to someone back in Lothering. Note from Sir Henrik. So many of my fellow knights have been searching for the urn. Surely one of them must have found Brother Genitalvi by now. Still, until I hear that all is well, I must proceed as planned. Brother Genitalvi holds the key to finding the urn of sacred ashes. I always knew this, but I believe I now know where Brother Genitalvi lives. I've been to his home in Denerim and found the trail, and I'm amazed that other knights have not done likewise. Unless they have? No, it is best not to get caught up in thoughts of conspiracy. Sir Donald awaits my return to Lothering. Let's call it Lothering. I must go to him immediately and report what I've learned. Should anyone find these ramblings, all I ask is that he be informed of my fate. I pray that he complete what I cannot. A note from Sir Henrik of Redcliffe. The City Elves, we already had that. Lothering. In ancient times, Lothering was little more than a trading post. Now it's a lot more than herring. That served the fortress of Ostagar to the south. Nowadays it is larger, serving Redcliffe and the community of merchants and surface dwarves near Orzammar. Its location on the North Road gives it strategic value, so control of Lothering has historically been a matter of contention between the southern Bannerl and the South Reach Arling. King Cannon had himself stepped in and awarded the town to South Reach in the Exalted Age, which has largely ended the feud, or at least the appearance of it. Alrighty-o. Splint mail, you see. Can make my barrel crunch. Oh, I need flasks. That's annoying.
What now?
Well, guess I need to buy a lot of flasks at some point.
Well, there it is. Lothering. Pretty as a painting.
No, it's Lothering.
So you have finally decided to rejoin us, have you? Falling on your blade in grief seemed like too much trouble, I take it.
My girl.
Is my being upset so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important to you? Just what would you do if your mother died?
Before or after I stopped laughing.
Right, very creepy. Forget I asked.
Bruh. Just get to the point. What did you want to talk about, Alistair? You have been very quiet, Alistair. Leave him alone, Morrigan. What did you want to talk about?
His navel, I suspect. He certainly has been contemplating it for long enough.
Oh, I get it. This is the part where we're shocked to discover how you've never had a friend your entire life.
I can be friendly when I desire to. Alas, desiring to be more intelligent does not make it so.
Anyway, I thought we should talk about where we intend to go first.
Figure it out, let's just get going. We should try and use these treaties. We need to hear some news before we can decide. You have some thoughts on that point?
This should be good.
I think what Flemeth suggested is the best idea. These treaties, have you looked at them?
What do you mean?
Treaties, the ones we got from Flemeth. With these, we will be able to ask for assistance. Maybe even raise an army. There are three main groups that we have treaties for. The Dalish Elves, the Dwarves of Orzammar, and the Circle of Magi. I also still think that Arleman is our best bet.
Oh yeah, the Magi.
We might even want to go to him first.
Figure it out as we go. Then we need to find these people. Is there a way to contact the Grey Wardens while leaving it up to me? What do you think we should do, Morrigan?
Go after your enemy directly. Find this man Loghain and kill him.
My girl.
The rest of this business with the treaties can then be done in safety.
Yes, he certainly wouldn't see that coming, and it's not like he has the advantage of an army and experience and...
I was asked for my opinion and I gave it. If your wish is to come up with reasons why something cannot be done, we will stand here until the Darkspawn are upon us.
Is there a way to contact the Grey Wardens?
Short of leaving Ferelden to seek them out, the only place to send word to would be Weishaupt Fortress. And that's thousands of miles away.
Then we need to find these people.
I can give you directions, if you like.
Where do we find Al Eamon?
He'll be at Castle Redcliffe, in the far western part of Ferelden, next to the mountain passes. If he isn't there, someone will be able to tell us where he is.
Where will we find the Dalish elves?
If we head eastward, towards the Brazilian forest...
Called it?
We should hear word of one of the clans that wanders that area. Hopefully they will still be there.
Where do we find the dwarves?
We would need to speak to their king in Orzammar. That means heading west into the Frostback Mountains, which won't be easy.
Where do we find the Circle of Magi?
That will be at their tower on Lake Kalenhard to the north.
Ah.
We'll be looking for the first enchanter, whoever that is.
One of those little lobotomized idiots. Where would Loghain be exactly?
If he isn't out in the field with his army, he's probably going to be at the palace in Denerim. We can go to Denerim, but somehow I suspect that they're not going to let us just walk around.
Now I want to go there.
Then you have a plan.
I'm ready to get going. Why are you leaving it up to me?
Well, I don't know where we should go. I'll do whatever you decide.
Now that is unsurprising.
Al Eamon is a good man, but I don't know for sure he's where we should go. I'm not going to fight about it.
I'm not sure if this is a good idea.
I'm not sure I like any of it either, but we don't have a lot of choice in the matter.
Of course you have a choice. You could run and forget about it all. Let the Darkspawn do as they wish until other Grey Wardens come. If they come.
It's actually a good idea.
It may not be a good choice, but it's a choice nevertheless. We
Point.
choose our path even when it seems there is only one direction we should go.
There's always a choice.
At any rate, I'll stay with you whatever you decide. Fair enough. Let's head into the village whenever you're ready.
I have a wonder,
I brought my
Alistair,
family to
if you will
Lothering because I
indulge
thought it
me.
would be safe. Do I have a choice?
Of the two of you that remain, are you not the senior Grey Warden here? I find it curious that you allow another to lead while you follow.
You find that curious, do you?
In fact, you defer to a new recruit. Is this the policy of the Grey Wardens, or simply a personal one?
What do you want to hear? That I prefer to follow? I do.
You sound so very defensive.
Couldn't you crawl into a bush somewhere and die? That would be great, thanks.
Yes!
I'll have to keep those two in my party forever. There's just no way around it.
Please, we came here to get away from the fighting. Where can we go?
The blight
This is
has
no
truly
better
come,
than
and
what
the
we
king
left.
is dead. We're all going to die.
Me, me. Me, 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 me.
Need something? I don't generally talk to strange elves who wander in here.
I should go. I'm not just an elf, I'm a Grey Warden. You have something against elves? I don't wander anywhere, thank you. I have some questions. You have something against elves?
I don't know you. Why shouldn't I have something against you? We've got enough strangers overrunning us. Nothing but trouble.
Uh-huh. Intimidate. I could make trouble for you, human. Is that what you want?
No. Beg pardon and all. I should mind my manners.
I have some questions.
Can't promise I'm going to answer them.
What's going on here?
What isn't? We got chastened barbarians in every farmholder south of Kalenhard running from the Darkspawn. Not that they'll be safe here with the army gone.
Who's in charge?
You could talk to the Elder, though she's got her hands full getting everyone on their way. For now, most folks go to Sir Bryant. He's head of the Chantry's Templars.
You don't have a ruling lord?
He's gone to war and taken all his soldiers, leaving us to fend for ourselves. There's not going to be much left when he returns, if he returns.
Where were those bandits always outside the village?
Were? You mean they're gone?
I'll take that as a thank you.
Well, goody for you. Now there's no one to drive off the blighted refugees.
You fucking cunt.
Been talking about offering a reward for anyone who'd run them out. Don't let me stop you.
You fucking cunt. No, there's nobody holding off the bloody refugees. I should gut you right there.
I hear those bandits are back again. Why don't the Templars kill them?
Well, time for break. I definitely need a drink and some snacks, so I'll be back in 5. Welcome back. Also, James with a lot of numbers on Twitch. You should probably, you know, tailor your scams at least a little bit to the game. I'm a big fan of this game, would love to play with you. You can reach me on Discord, censored. This is a single player game. You have 10 seconds to convince me you're not a spam bot.
You there. If you're looking for safe shelter...
Oh, that was a very generous 10 seconds. Where is it? Boop, 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 and bye.
I'll warn you, there's none to be found. Move
Is
on
that
if you
so?
can. Lothering's lost.
Your mom's lost. What do you mean? I was looking for some news actually. Do you know about the bandits just outside the village? I go wherever I want. Oh, let's ask about the bandits.
Thieves prey on the unfortunate whenever they get the chance. We've had refugees streaming from the south for the last 2 days. The Chantry and Tavern are full to bursting. There simply isn't enough food to go around, and we Templars can barely keep order. You'd be better off elsewhere, my friend.
Thanks for the warning. Are you keeping me from going in? Can I ask you a few questions?
I'm just out here to keep an eye out for Darkspawn. Please ask someone in town. No offense.
Is anyone in charge here?
The band has marched north with Tairn Loghain, so Lothering's on its own. Most folks look to Elder Miriam. Otherwise, you could speak to Sir Bryant in the Chantry, I suppose. It's up to you.
I brought my family to Lothering because I thought it would be safe.
Ah, look how they moan and wail and gnash their teeth. 'Tis sad to watch how helplessly they scurry about.
Back off. I have the right to charge what I wish.
You profit from their misfortune. I should have the Templars give away everything in your car.
That sounds good.
Dare. Any of you step too close to my goods and I'll...
It's so nice to see everyone working together.
Oh, you there. You look able. Would you care to make a tiny profit helping a beleaguered businessman?
Solve this yourself, not getting involved. Why would I want to help you? Get rid of the tiny part, I consider it. Is your profiteering ruffling some feathers?
You could say that, yes.
The nerve of these people!
He is charging outlandish prices for things people desperately need. Their blood is filling his pockets.
'Tis only survival of the fittest. All of these cretins would do the same in his shoes, given the chance.
She'll come around. I could fix her.
The people decide what those supplies are worth to them.
You bought most of your wares from these very people last week. Now they flee for their lives, and you want to talk business?
Look, stranger, I've 100 silvers if you drive this rabble off, starting with that priest. I'm an honest merchant, nothing more.
If you have 100 silver for me to drive them off, you're a fucking cunt. Not interested. Can you beat that offer, sister? Agreed. Those of you not here to do business, leave now. You don't think you're being unscrupulous?
Would it help these folks if they could buy no goods at all?
They spend their very last coin because they are desperate, and this man preys upon them as surely as the bandits outside the city.
Ah, I'm not arguing anymore. Drive off this woman and get your 100 silvers. Otherwise, I'm taking my wagon and leaving.
I want to mention that the bandits are no longer there. Solve this yourselves, blah, blah, fair enough. Persuade, I think you can compromise to make a profit, no? Intimidate, lower your price or lose your goods. Yep.
Maker's breath. Sometimes it's truly not worth operating this far south.
Just charge what you would have before this tragedy.
Fine, yes, just stop complaining. You're giving me a headache.
I can give you a real headache.
We have come to solve every squabble in the village personally. My, but the Darkspawn will be impressed.
Thank you for your generous assistance. May the Maker watch over your path.
Morrigan disapproves. Fuck you too, Morrigan. Oh, well, I mean, we will be fucking at some point, I suppose. It's inevitable. 'Tis inevitable.
Are you here to make my headache, or do you actually want to buy something?
I want to sell, I think. I'm here to make your headache.
Mission accomplished. I hope you're happy. Are you here to make my headache? It isn't much.
Do. Rock self. Increase deals armor physical resistance. Interesting. Surveyor +1 willpower.
If you must. Amulet of the War Mage.
As if we needed more fighting here. Don't you
the
see how
Chantry
scared
Board.
everyone is?
Yes, let us run errands for the betterment of mankind as well as a few coppers.
Yes. Sounds exactly like something I would do. I don't like this. Rob the woman, rob the man, rob a child.
I want to go home.
Robespierre.
Greetings to you, good sir. If it isn't too much to ask, can you spare some bread or anything?
What happened?
We thought it would be safer in Lothering, that the Terran would bring his soldiers here. But bandits attacked us and took everything. Our food, our clothes, my daughter's pet lamb. Nobody cares about a few elves like us. Surely you understand.
Sorry, I don't care about a few elves like you. I met those bandits. They're dead now.
You killed them?
That's wonderful news. Perhaps our belongings are still there.
I can't thank you enough, friend. Even if we don't get everything back, it's good to know others will be safe.
I'm cold. I don't like this.
Oh, flasks.
Have you seen my mother?
No, I have not. Be it. That depends who's your mother. You poor thing, did you and your mother get separated? Yes, she's over there somewhere. That depends. Who's your mother?
She's really tall, and she has red hair. We live on a big farmhold, all of us. Some mean men with swords came, and Mother told me to run
Oh no.
as fast as I could, so I did. She said she'd be right behind me, but I've been waiting and waiting, and I can't see her.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. Know where your father is?
He went with William to the neighbours yesterday, but he didn't come back.
Well, come with me. I'm happy for look for your mother.
I wasn't to go with anyone. I'm supposed to wait for her here, in the village.
Well, good luck with that. Go to the Chantries and we'll look after you. Take the silver, buy something to eat.
Oh, silver! Wow, thank you. So, are you really an elf?
Yes, what do you ask? Did the ears give me away? That's a stupid question. Did the ears give me away?
Father says elves aren't very nice, but you're nicer than everybody here. Thank you for helping me.
As if we
Where can
needed
we
more
go?
fighting here.
This is no better
Don't
than
you
what
see
we
how
left.
scared everyone is?
We found someone's...
And Eileen spoke unto the masses, My hearth is yours, my bread is yours, my life is yours.
for all who walk in the sight of the Maker are one.
Greetings? The chanter nods and smiles. Smile back.
Let all repeat the chant of light. Only the word dispels the darkness upon us.
He can't answer you. He's Chanter Devons.
What's a chanter? Is he touched in the head or something? I've had enough of human nonsense. Is he touched in the head or something?
No, he's a chanter. One of them that can only say the chant of light. His board has letters of good deeds.
Oh, God.
My father fixed Widow Allison's roof once, and the charter paid him, he did.
A learned child is a blessing upon his parents and onto the Maker.
Is he also lobotomized? Is that how it works here? So if I wanted to thatch a roof, I talk to him. It's like a vow of silence then, he can't talk normally. Anything interesting on the board of yours? So if I wanted to thatch a roof...
There's all sorts of things on his board. Even travelling sellswords sometimes turn in postings.
So I really can't speak at all.
Unless it's the chant of light? No.
And so Rajmael in the heathen temple recanted. Speak only the word, sing only the chant. Then the golden city is thine, spoke Andraste.
The Maker has read his ass. Anything to say to that? A chanter says what? Maker's right his ass.
Sometimes we throw pebbles at him. Doesn't work either.
Chanter says what?
Oh, you got him to speak. Ha!
What hath man's sin wrought?
Oh, he cheated.
Anything of interest on the board?
Blessed are the peacekeepers, champions of the just.
Your king is dead!
Chanter says what? Bandits everywhere, except... Oh. Notice on the transport about bandit groups lurking north of Lord Herring, so it's not the one I killed. The drop board. Several organizations of our realm maintain drop boards like this one. Once you have completed the task, speak to the organization's representative to receive your reward. Alright.
The legions of evil are on your doorstep. They will feast upon our hearts. There is nowhere to run. This evil will cover the world like a plague of locusts.
Please, you're scaring the children.
Better to slit their throats now than let them suffer at Darkspawn hands.
Can I punch that guy?
Minions is already amongst us.
Oh my god.
This man bears their evil stench. Can you not see the vile blackness that fills him?
Ignoring people? I know I intend to. Nope. Why don't you keep your voice down? Nope. Is no one going to shut this madman up? Mm-hmm. Watch where you throw accusations, fool. Is no one going to shut this madman up?
Be my guest. I've no urge to try out that axe of his.
Coward.
I watch the Black Horde descend on my people. Darkness swallowed the marshes whole. This minion is but the first of those who will destroy us.
You waste my time continuing ranting. You must. That's enough. This ends now. Poor man, what happened to you? Don't be a fool. Darkspawn can be defeated. That's enough. This ends now.
No, do not touch me. You bring evil and destruction. It is the end.
He was right, wasn't he? There's no hope for us.
That's right. No hope for any of the fools. But wait, there's always hope, Master. Courage. Get out of here. All of you get moving. Maybe, maybe not. I couldn't care less. There's always hope.
You're right. We can't give up.
But we can't.
Silver tongue, my friend.
What are we supposed to do? We can't lie down and die either. We must go north to Denerim. Your king is dead! There is no hope!
Another good deed.
Maybe with that blasted chasing gone, my headache will go as well.
If you seek refuge
Sir
in the
Moron.
there's simply no room left.
Now, Shago, you're closed. You look like a refugee to you.
So many are coming to Lothering. I make no assumptions. Priests are within if
just
they
did.
offer devotion to the Maker, however. May he protect us all.
Goodbye. Who's in charge? Do you know where the bandits are? Have you heard any news? Who's in charge?
The revered mother runs the Chantry itself, and Sir Bryant heads the Templars stationed here.
You know where the bandits are.
Were? Did you drive
Were,
them off?
I mean-
Well, Sir Bryant will appreciate that.
You heard any news?
Not since Tairn Loghain passed by with his army. It's a shame about the king. But with the Darkspawn coming, few can think of anything else. Make her watch over you.
I can't believe that Kunari creature isn't dead
Terrible
yet.
for Queen Enora that her young king is dead, and she not even with child.
There's word of...
Are you here to see the Reverend Mother too?
The main horde.
The who?
The head of this chantry. She's very busy, but I think she's free now. I came to ask for a blessing. With my family abandoning the farm to flee north, we'll need all the grace the Maker can offer. Well, good luck to you. I need to get underway.
We are the only hope of protection this village has now, and I will not abandon it. That is all. May the Maker have mercy on us.
First Blight, Chapter 1. Can we already have that? Thedas is a land of fierce diversity, from the assassin princes of Antiva to the faded griffins of the Enderfolds, but in my travels I have found one tale that unites the people of this land. It's a story of pride and damnation. Although the telling differs, the essence of the tale remains the same. At the height of its power, the Tevinter Imperium stretched over much of Thedas, uniting the known world under the rule of the tyrannical Magistus. Magistus? Magistus? Magistus. It is said that the old gods whom the Magistus worshipped gave them the knowledge of blood magic, and the Magistus used this forbidden power to cement their rule. The blood of elven slaves and humans alike ran down imperial altars to fuel magistic greed. The tales of their excesses so horrifying that one can only be grateful that blood magic is prohibited today. But all that stands tall must eventually fall. Perhaps they foresaw their ruin, or perhaps their pride grew new bounds. But whatever the reason, the Magistus dared to open a magical portal into the Golden City at the heart of the Fade. They sought to usurp the Maker's throne, long left unattended in the Golden City after the Maker turned his back on his creations. They would storm heaven itself with their power and become as gods. This is what the Chantry, in its oft-exercised tendency to understate, refers to as the second sin. According to most versions of the tale, the Magistus did indeed reach the Golden City and walked into the home of the Maker, where no living being before them had dared, or been able, to tread. But humanity is not meant to walk in heaven. The Magistus were wicked with pride and other sins, and their presence tainted the Golden City. What once was a perfect, holy citadel became a twisted home of darkness and nightmares. The Magistus were expelled back through their gateway and cursed for their treachery. As the Golden City had been tainted, so were the Magistus twisted and transformed into things of darkness, the very first of the Darkspawn. The Golden City, once a shining beacon at the heart of the Fade, became the Black City, a remainder of all that man's pride has cost. I feel like we had that already at some point.
Yes? Who might you be?
Your mum. I am the Grey Warden, John. You can call me John. Nobody of importance. Pardon me, I didn't mean to interrupt. I am the Grey Warden, John.
I see. I am Sir Bryant, commander of the Lothering Templars. Tairn Loghain declared all Grey Wardens traitors responsible for the King's death.
Interesting.
You know this, I hope.
The Grey Wardens did no such thing. He claimed we are responsible. You will say nothing about me, is that clear? The Grey Wardens did no such thing.
I don't believe the Grey Wardens would be as careless or malicious as the Tairn claims. But either way, there it is. It is best you not linger, though. Just in case.
Are you in charge here?
The revered mother leads this flock. I merely command her Templars. Normally, our role is to protect the Chantry and seek out unsanctioned magic. For now, it is all we can do to protect the innocent.
And if you found an unsanctioned mage?
Let us pretend that I was such a mage. What would you do to me?
I have no time to even think about such things right now. My concern is protecting these people. I see nothing threatening them other than the Darkspawn.
That's the spirit. How do Templars fight against magic?
We have more than swords at our disposal. We're taught to dispel unholy magics as well. If only our powers work to keep away the Darkspawn. Alas, it is not so.
Where would I find the revered mother?
In her study, no doubt. Preparing what she will take when we eventually evacuate.
Are you the only protection this village has?
Our ban was summoned by Tairn Loghain, and he took his soldiers north with him. Lothering has been abandoned.
The name is Lord Herring. Tell me about something else.
If the matter is important, certainly.
Have you heard any recent news?
Other than the Darkspawn horde bearing down on us, none of it is good. Tairn Loghain is set.
I would like to have my reward for the bandits.
Disaster piled on disaster.
What do you mean?
Tairn Loghain has no legitimate claim on the throne. He may be a hero and his daughter may be queen, but he is a commoner, and the king's corpse is barely cold. If Arl Eamon was able to intervene, perhaps it would not have gone this far. I do not care who takes the throne. Only fools fight over who owns a cottage while it burns down around them.
What is wrong with Arl Eamon?
Arl Eamon has fallen ill, and his knights are on a quest for the sacred urn filled with Andraste's ashes, said to cure any malady. He must be very ill if they chase miracles as the only cure. One of the Arl's knights, Sir Donal, is here searching for fantasies while... Never mind. Ask him if you care about this foolishness.
Look at him. He's dead. About those bandits.
Maker's breath. How many times must we drive them off?
They robbed me. I demand compensation. They won't bother you again. I killed them.
All of them? By yourself?
It's true. I saw it from my post. It was over so fast we didn't even have time to get over there.
Sad that it needed to come to that. But then they asked for it. Will you accept a small reward for your service?
I could keep an eye out for trouble for the right pay.
I wish I could afford such help, to be truthful. Take your reward, at any rate. It is all I have to offer. If it interests you, there is a Chanters board outside full of need doing. The Chanters even offer pay for some of them. Now, unless there's something else you need.
Things seem very dire in the village.
They are. With the ban having taken his men north, the village is left to its fate. We will evacuate as many as we can before the horde reaches us. I will stay as long as I am needed. Now, unless there's something else you need.
I need some info.
If the matter is important, certainly.
Oops.
Now,
already did that.
If there's something else you need.
Is there any other help I can offer?
I cannot openly help you, I fear, but... Here, take this key. It opens the large cabinet on the far wall. There is more there than we can carry when we evacuate, so take what you need.
I shouldn't have said that, you know.
Travel safely, and may the Maker watch over you.
You, miss, what is your name? You seem quite odd to me.
You would not be the first to think so. But avert your eyes. I will not have you staring over long.
Best get used to it. I'll be watching you. We want no trouble here.
And when the Maker spoke, chant of light scattered in
the Maker, blah 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 blah. Arl Eamon Garen. He fell ill with a mysterious condition that even magic could not treat. I sense a fucking quest.
Who? I beg your pardon. I did not see you approach.
Sir Donal? Is that you?
Alistair? By the Maker, how are you? I was certain you were dead.
Not yet. No thanks to Tairn Loghain.
If Arl Eamon were well, he'd set Loghain straight soon enough.
So you're here looking for the...
What a coincidence, isn't it?
I am indeed. Andraste's ashes are said to cure any illness. But I fear we are chasing a fable. With each day, my hope dims.
Shouldn't you be fleeing the Darkspawn?
My mission takes priority. But I fear I shall be returning to Redcliffe with nothing to show for my efforts.
I was hoping to meet Arliman, in fact.
Why is that, if I may ask?
We need his help.
I see. The Arl is a popular man, it's true. Tairn Loghain, however, is a hero throughout Ferelden. Whatever the Tairn has done or not done, the Arl remains ill, or worse. That is my primary concern.
Do you think Loghain is involved with the Arl's illness?
The Arl fell ill before the king died. But what if Loghain planned that too? Oh, such thoughts do not sit well with me.
We should see what's happening in Redcliffe ourselves. I believe that now more than ever.
If nothing else, I am certain you would be welcomed at Castle Redcliffe. The Arlessa is there, and she could tell you more than I could.
Mm-hmm. So a quest for the Ashes brought you here.
I expect you to take advantage of the Chantry's library, in fact. But my skills are better suited to battle than chasing down tales.
Your friend Sir Henrik is dead. I have something of his.
What? And you have his locket? And a note? Maker's mercy. Thank you for giving me these. I would never have known otherwise.
Dealt with the bandits that killed him.
Thank you. I wonder how many of us have met similar fates on this mad quest.
Tell me more about this urn.
Supposedly, the urn contains the ashes of the prophetess Andraste. Surely you know all this.
Like to hear what you've learned.
If you're truly interested, there are books here containing a great deal of lore. Nothing I have found leads me to believe that this was anything more than a quest of desperation. With Henrik gone, I need to return to Redcliffe. Perhaps later I will seek out the scholar his note mentions. But I must go. Thank you again, good sir. You have been most helpful.
Let those who cry out from the shadows be comforted. Those who seek redemption be delivered.
I mean, it definitely is a quest of desperation, but that doesn't mean there's nothing to it, right?
Corners of the world, let it rise at last to the ears of the Maker. Let him hear our unwavering faith. Let him hear our righteous dedication and enduring perseverance.
And then shall the Maker return.
I'm sorry, I cannot talk now. I must feed the holy brazier to ensure the flame never dies.
What's the significance of the brazier?
It represents the flames that burned Andraste herself. Do you know the tale?
Of course, doesn't everyone?
All sinners. The fire symbolizes our hope that forgiveness is possible. Thus, we all serve by feeding its flames.
So if I sin, I should just set myself on fire.
Ridiculous. It is a symbol and not meant to be taken literally. Now go and leave me to my task.
Let all
Well, fuck you too, asshole.
Let all repeat the chant of life. Only the word dispels the
Adventures of the Black Fox.
darkness upon us.
And when the Maker spoke, the chant of light scattered in the darkness. The word
Please,
dispelled
we
fear
came
and
here
ignorance.
to get away from the fighting.
Bronze symbol of Andraste.
Those who seek redemption be delivered. Let those who have sinned be forgiven. Let him
The Maker grant you his blessing. I...
Hear our righteous dedication and enduring perseverance.
And then shall the Maker return to us. And then shall the Maker return to the Black City in heaven. And then shall the chant of light make it pure.
all right.
Let all mankind be humbled. Let all repeat the chant of life. Only the word dispels the darkness upon us.
Imperial Chantry. Oh my god, that's way too much text for me right now.
Will you be making a donation to the Chantry, my friend? You look like you have salvaged more of value than most who make it here.
I have this dog. I have nothing to offer. Who are you? What tithe is acceptable tithe to the chantry? Are you joking?
A great number of people could be fed and clothed for a fraction of your finery. But you must do as your heart wills. What can I do for you?
Fair point. Neither of importance, I'm a Grey Warden, need your help. I was hoping to receive your blessing. I'm a Grey Warden.
A Grey Warden? Here? Oh dear. You put me in a difficult position. You must know that Tairn Loghain declared the Grey Wardens to be outlaws.
So I've heard, but it is Loghain who betrayed the king. Would I care for Loghain's lies? No, who betrayed the king?
Tairn Loghain? That is as hard for me to believe as his condemnation of the Wardens. There is a price on your head. Lay low, and I promise to keep your presence a secret. That is the best I can do. Now, if there is nothing else...
Can you provide any help?
I cannot help you without risking the safety of this village and chantry.
Fair.
The best I can do is keep your presence a secret. Now, if there is nothing else...
I was hoping to receive your blessing.
Contemptuous when I asked for aid. A blessing would hardly be enough. Wouldn't you agree? Now, if there is nothing else, may the make...
And when the chant spreads across all four corners of the world, let it rise at last to the ears of the Maker. Let him hear our unwavering faith.
So I take it you did not enjoy your Templar training?
That's directed at me, I take it.
Do you see any others about who have failed at their religious instruction?
I was recruited into the Grey Wardens.
Mother
And
says
if
we
you
have
had
to
not
run
been
before the bad men
recruited,
get here.
what would have happened instead?
I would have turned into a drooling lunatic, slaughtered the Grand Cleric, and run through the streets of Denerim in my small clothes, I guess.
Your self-awareness does you credit.
I thought you'd like that.
Those two are made for each other. I can't get in between.
Feleron's orders. Did you speak to that knight yesterday? Said he was from Red...
Who am I to deny that young love?
Everyone in the tavern. How are we supposed to know where the urn of sacred ashes is? Might as well ask us how to get to the moon.
He said that all the Redcliffe knights were looking for it, as if they didn't have anything better.
Well, look what we have here, then. I think we've just been blessed.
Uh-oh. Loghain's men. This can't be good.
Didn't we spend all morning asking about an elf by this very description, and everyone said they hadn't seen one?
It seems we were lied to.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for trouble. These are no doubt simply more poor souls seeking refuge.
They're more than that. Now stay out of our way, sister. You protect these traitors, you'll get the same as them.
Looks like he wants a fight. I'm happy to oblige. What makes you think we're traitors? You need your help, miss. Please turn back. Let's talk about this before things get out of hand. What makes you think we're traitors?
Tairn Loghain claims the Grey Wardens betrayed the king. Or haven't you heard?
Enough talk! Take the warden into custody. Kill this sister and anyone else who gets in your way.
Right, let's make this quick.
Now let's see. Which one?
Let's and this.
Leliana.
I should do it.
What do we have? A Dread Howl. Stunning most nearby enemies. Sounds fun. Oh, go do spider things.
Alright, you won. Yes. We surrender.
Good. They've learned their lesson and we can all stop fighting now.
Don't want them reporting to Loghain. The Grey Wardens in betraying Kael and Loghain did. They aim to butcher us. They deserve no mercy. Don't want them reporting to Loghain.
Wait!
They have surrendered. They were no match for you. Let them be.
We're going to kill us. Take a message to Loghain. Start running. We'll take a message.
What do you want to tell him?
The Grey Wardens know what really happened. He'll pay for what he's done. We're coming for him. He'll have to do better than this. He'll pay for what he's done.
I'll tell him. Right away. Now. Thank you.
I want to kill them so bad.
But I couldn't just sit by and not help.
Well, it didn't help. You prevented me from killing them. Who are you anyway? It's alright. I was happy to save your life. Appreciate what you tried to do, so I see. But as a sister learned to fight like that, it's time for me to leave. It's alright. Was happy to save your life.
Save my life? I assure you, I can handle myself.
And who are you anyhow? You must, butting into others' business all the time. So I see. But as a sister learned to fight... Yeah, you must, butting into others' business all the time.
So now you know all about me. We just met.
We haven't met at all, actually.
Well, that can be quickly remedied. Let me introduce myself. I am Liliana, one of the lay sisters of the Chantry here in Lothering. Oh, I was.
So there's something you want from me? What does that mean? I'm John, a pleasure. You can call me John if you must. What does that mean?
I joined the Chantry to live a life of religious contemplation. But I am no priest. Not even an initiate.
I'm John, a pleasure.
They said you were a Grey Warden. I'm surprised you're an elf. But elves must want the Blight defeated as much as humans, no? I know after what happened you will need all the help you can get. That's why I'm coming along.
Ah, you know. Lie. These men were mistaken. I'm no Grey Warden. Just what help would you be to me? Why are you so eager to come with me?
The Maker told me to.
Alright. Right, I believe this is why I back away slowly. Can you elaborate?
I know that sounds absolutely insane, but it's true. I had a dream. A vision.
More crazy? I thought we were all full up.
They are lost in their despair, and this darkness, this chaos, will spread. The Maker doesn't want this. What you do, what you are meant to do, is the Maker's work. Let me help.
Very well, I will not turn away help when it is offered.
Perhaps your skull was cracked worse than Mother thought.
Thank you. I appreciate being given this chance. I will not let you down.
Blast and damnation!
Indeed.
Indeed.
Sorry, doggo.
Yes.
Tis you.
What now?
Wait, she's a fucking rogue? Are you kidding me? Bronze symbol of Andraste. Gift.
That's a wonderful thought. I don't know what to say.
I know, I'm very nice to you.
As I live and breathe, you're the Grey Warden everyone's been talking about.
Am I? So there's something I can do for you.
I represent the Blackstone Irregulars. We're a mercenary company that fell on hard times.
Oh, that kind of irregular, okay.
I'm sure you know that times are getting worse every day. With your help, the Irregulars could be of use to Ferelden once more.
Why should I help you?
The Blackstone Irregulars fought alongside the King's army against Orlais. We've helped nobles defend their land and given our service to people in need for generations. Our current captain, Raelnor, is an honorable man who sees that we can do some good in Ferelden once more. He is so confident in our mission that he trusted the Grey Wardens would support us.
How can I be of
Our
service?
leaders thought you might be willing to help. Each of our posts in Ferelden will contain letters addressed to you. Unlike most who work with us, you're getting letters straight from Raelnor and Tauran, our leaders.
All
I hope
right.
this tells you how highly the Irregulars regard the Grey Wardens.
I'll take a look.
Thank you. When you've completed a mission, just return to me or any of our members stationed at an Irregulars post. We'll make sure your efforts are rewarded. Maker's blessings light your path.
All right, that was a weird encounter. Letter from the Blackstone Irregulars to the inimitable Grey Wardens. Your deeds have spread since the tragedy of Ostagar, and I find myself in need of one such as you. I am Raelnor, captain of the venerable Blackstone Irregulars, and I hope to win your trust. The Irregulars have come on hard times since the war with Orlais, but I have fought to improve their reputation. Gone are the days of my father's shady deals with unscrupulous nobles in Denerim. No, I have trained a guild filled with honorable men, ready to fight for Ferelden, and I'm proud to say that I have seen your own Grey Wardens as sort of model. We are not perfect. My own son advocates a move back to the more lucrative way my father ran the guild. But we are steadfast. It is in this context that I ask for your help, and I promise we will reward you accordingly. Should you be willing, please find letters in this box and others like it all over the land and carry out the requests therein. For this matter, consider requests from my son as if they came from myself. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart. Whether you choose to assist us or not, you are doing the Maker's work, Warden, and I'm honored to work with you, Raelnor. Alright. Liliana, in the cloister, away from the fuss and the flurry of the cities, I found peace. In that stillness, I could hear the Maker. A lacist of the Chantry who can beat the stuffing out of trained mercenaries would be notable enough, but one who also claims to have been sent to fight the Darkspawn by the Maker himself is unusual, to say the least. She joined Alistair and John Lord Herring, insisting that she would prove useful. Scraping the barrel. Number of people who pledged to aid the Blackstone Irregulars times of need or times now. Here find 3 letters of conscription. Deliver them to the people listed below and return the regulars for your payment. Alright. Dereliction of duty. Regulars require trust agent to track down deal with the deserters. Deserters. Alright. Sure, why not? Codex updated. Blackstone letter of conscription. Dear friend, you're receiving this letter because you or someone else placed your name on an article of conscription, thereby pledging your life to the Blackstone Irregulars. With war looming in our fronts, the Irregulars must build their numbers. We are forced to call upon those who have sworn their assistance to make good on those oaths. Say farewell to your friends, family. While you may return to them, you must prepare for them for the possibility this will be your last day together. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Tauran. Whatever.
Please. We came here to get away from the...
Yeah, Mom.
Mother says we have to run before the bad men...
no fighting in my kitchen. Out with you.
Yeah, just a second. I'll just loot all your shit, then I'm going.
Gonna make more trouble? We've about all we can stand in Lothering now.
Sorry about the mess.
They had it coming, and they were trouble enough themselves. So long as you don't start more, I won't get excited.
Right then, name's Denal. Sorry I can't chat much. As you see, we've a full house.
I'll be going. Don't suppose you have any rooms. Have you heard any rumors? Who were those men I fought exactly?
When Tian Logain marched by, he left those fellas behind to look for Grey Wardens. I suppose that's you.
Of course not.
Fair enough. What can I get you then?
Have you heard any rumors?
With King Cailan dead, the throne falls to Queen Anora. She's made her father the regent, however, at least for now. I think Cailan's father, old King Merrick, would have approved. Anything else I can get you?
I'll be going.
Luck speed your way.
I don't want any trouble. Please, don't hurt me.
You're here about food. Take it up with that bleeding runt by the chantry. I got other gear to sell.
You're out of food?
Whole mess of refugees come in and leave near every night. All have hungry bellies, sad tales, and mementos for barter. I sold that bleeding merchant outside about half my larder 2 weeks back, and now he's charging outrageous sums for all.
Oh, I dealt with that, don't worry. Don't you worry about him, I took care of it.
You did? Well, I don't know what to say to that. Thanks.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Oh. I actually want to keep that. Dawn of the Dead Gods.
You're here about food. Take it up. I got other gear to sell.
Know of any well-paying work?
Check the chanter's board by the chantry. I don't suppose you know anything about poison.
I have dabbled in such things.
I figured if I kept asking, I'd find someone. I'd make good coin for some simple poison.
Interesting.
Slow them beasties down or make them think twice.
Any idea where I could get ingredients?
Well, there's herbs in the North Wood. As for other stuff, I don't really know what you need, though. I might have some in stock, too.
Do you know? Lyrian potion recipe, incense of awareness. Well, you don't really. Oh, that sound effect.
Hello, stranger. I don't suppose you know anyone that can make traps?
I might. What do you need traps for?
Old man Barlin said that Darkspawn may be coming soon. He's got traps on his farm. I figured I'd put a few on my lands. Balin wants to poison his traps. I just want normal traps.
Why don't you just buy some?
None to be had. Balin has all the traps in the village in his fields.
Balin has poison traps on his land?
Doesn't have any poison yet, thank the Maker.
Oh.
So his fields are just full of traps. He can be a bit eccentric.
Sorry, I can't make traps.
I didn't mean to bother you. Sorry.
Oh, that's too bad. I don't want to help her, but I can't.
So let's talk about your mother for a moment.
I'd rather talk about your mother.
Well, there's nothing to talk about. And besides,
Mum.
isn't your mother a scary witch who lives in the middle of a forest? Much more interesting.
To you, perhaps. You would find the moss growing upon a stone interesting.
You know what's more interesting than that? Apostates, mages outside of the tower. That's illegal, you know.
You did not read that in a book somewhere, did you? I hope the small letters did not strain you overmuch.
Or we could not talk about your mother. That works for me.
Wait a second. Okay, so upkeep just means your stamina is reduced. I thought it would prevent stamina regen. But it does not, that's good. So I can just keep that going. And he can keep that and this going. I mean this. Alright.
You got a bed for the night. You taken care of.
Nice of you to... well, what? What's going on here? Think I'm a refugee? Actually, I was hoping I could help you.
Don't need blades right now. We need beds, food, and an end to all these sad sots. I don't suppose you know anything of tonics, medicines, or herbs.
I don't, but my friend does.
Then you may be able to do us a lot of good. All manner of travellers come through, many injured or sick. We do our best, but we're out of supplies. There's medicinal herbs in the woods to the north. If you make a few poultices, I'll scrape together some sort of payment. I'll write all you need to know in this note here.
Lesser health poultices.
Have any luck finding herbs in the woods?
Here you go.
This will help many people. You're a good sort, you know.
Oh, I couldn't even refuse the payment. Interesting.
How dare you accuse me of thievery? I saw you take...
The chastened wilders have lived in the Kossari wilds since the first wars, blah blah blah, oh my god. Where the Almari drove them southward a millennium ago. According to their own law, they have always been a forest-dwelling people that adapted quickly to their new home. Game and fish are plentiful in the wetlands, and the chastened thrived. For a time, they and the hill-dwelling Avars were true threats to the northern lowlands. The Tevinter Imperium had arrived and was hard-pressed to keep back the waves of invasions from the south and the west. The fortress of Ostagar was built specifically to watch for chastened hordes venturing north of the tree line. It was not until the legendary warrior Hafter soundly defeated the chastened in the first half of the Divine Age that the questions of their ability to contest the lowlands was settled permanently. Today the chastened are considered largely peaceful, though their ways are still primitive compared to our own. In the Kossari wilds they live in strange-looking huts built on stilts or even built into the great treetops. They paint their faces and are split into small tribes ruled by shamans like those amongst the Avars. There are many tales of these shamans having learned their magic from the witches of the wilds, witches that inspire as much terror as they do awe and gratitude, even if there is no definitive proof they exist. In particular, the tale of Flemeth, the greatest witch of the wilds, is celebrated amongst all tribes. While there is no way to know how many there are in the wilds today, few travelers that pass through the forest tell of chastened E-King out in existence even in the frozen wastelands of the far south. One can assume that should the Chastened ever organize themselves once more, we might have reason to fear them here in Ferelden. We ignore them at our peril. Alright.
From my car. Your grassland eyes are inept. A Chastened would never stoop to petty theft.
You marsh folk are all thieves and liars.
Enough! People here are already desperate and frightened. They don't need you two coming to blows.
But what about my food?
Sorry, that's just how that guy sounded. I missed a quest?
Enemy ahead. Watch out.
Charge!
You will learn and admire this part. Run while you can.
Now this should be
You
fun!
forced our hand. As you like.
Oh ho!
Oh, I hoped I could get by without healing.
So be it. You cannot win!
Too fast for you!
Yes, of course. It's done.
You aren't one of my captors. I have nothing to say that would amuse you, elf. Leave me in peace.
You're prisoner. Who put you here?
I'm in a cage, am I not? I've been placed here by the Chantry.
The revered mother said he slaughtered an entire family, even the children.
It is, as she says. Oh. I am Sten of the Beresad, the vanguard of the Kunari peoples.
Kunari?
If you haven't heard of us, that is your own shortcoming. Though it matters little now. I will die soon enough.
This is a proud and powerful creature, trapped as prey for the Darkspawn. If you cannot see a use for him, I suggest releasing him for mercy's sake alone.
Mercy? I wouldn't have expected that from you.
I would also suggest that Alistair take his place in the cave.
That's what I would have expected.
I suggest you leave me to my fate.
Find myself in need of skilled help. What did you do to end up in here?
I have been convicted of murder. Have the villagers not spoken of this?
No. Aren't you interested in seeking atonement?
Death will be my atonement.
Oh, there are other ways to redeem yourself.
Perhaps. What does your wisdom say is equal to my crime?
Save the kingdom from Darkspawn. Hey, you could help me defend the land against the Blight.
The Blight? Are you a Grey Warden, then?
Yes, I am.
Surprising. My people have heard legends of the Grey Warden's strength and skill.
Would the revered mother let you free?
Perhaps if you told her the Grey Wardens need my assistance, it seems as likely to bring my death as waiting here.
All right.
Farewell, then.
To be left here to starve? Or to be taken by the Darkspawn? No one deserves that. Not even a murderer.
That accent is weirdly hot. Just saying. Stan, either you have an enviable memory or pitiable life to know nothing of regret. The Northern Islands are remote, lush jungles that harbor cities rumored to be the most extraordinary ever built. These are the lands of the Qunari, lands that no foreign eyes ever see. Only the stories of the 3 exalted marchers waged against the giants have reached the south until the arrival of Stan. The stoic giant in the cage was surely the strangest thing the people of Lotharing had ever seen until the Blight struck. New quest, the Qunari prisoner. These guys look quite bandity. Or maybe not. Maybe they're just refugees.
We don't know.
Nope, okay.
You're a warden. I don't know if you killed King Cailan, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies. Attack!
That man didn't even try to get away with his life. All right. Man, these poor guys. They were not equipped to handle any of this.
Make a preserve! Pull back this!
Oh, music!
That's a lot of blood.
What do you wish of me?
Leave us alone. Someone help us! Never any.
Of fucking course.
Off I go.
Be careful!
Where do I go? Shall we? Behind you!
Run while you can!
Point me!
I see.
You
Now
should
we
run
get
while
on.
you can. I suppose violence is a solution. Sometimes.
Grab some glory!
As you wish. It's your time to shine!
You insist! It's going.
Well, if Ikarim regrets, I won't go back. Let them hunt and dread finding me. But you, Melis, should not live this life. It would please me if you found alive in the Soccer Tower. I left few things there, mostly stolen from the enchanters. Set them to fund a new path. Sell them to find a new path. The cache is in the study area, middle alcove. Goodbye.
Mighty timely arrival there, my friend. I'm much obliged.
Just how obliged, exactly?
You want a reward, eh? I suppose it's an entirely reasonable request. How does 100 silver sound?
Sure.
I was going to use that to fix up the cart, but quite frankly, I'll be grateful enough that my son and I come out of this with our heads.
Give your money.
Then I suppose we're doubly fortunate, aren't we? The name's Bodon Fedek, merchant and entrepreneur. This here is my son, Sandal. Say hello, my boy.
Hello.
Road's been mighty dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you out here? Perhaps we're going the same way.
I doubt you want to travel the Grey Warden. It's a bit complicated, but you're welcome to come along. I'm not going the same way, trust me. King's business, I'm afraid. Bit complicated.
Complicated? Somehow I imagine that only says half of it. Thank you for the offer, but there may be more excitement on your path than is good for my boy and me. Allow me to bid you farewell and good fortune.
Goodbye.
Now then, let's get this mess cleaned up, shall we? Yes.
Ooh, level up soon. By the way, these guys all level up separately. Yes. Pain in the arse. Also probably means they don't level up when they're back in camp and not on the team. Which I always hate in games. Bam!
Not bad! How amusing! Look over there!
Oh, this...
Dumb question, but can she heal? No, I mean. Yeah, that was a dumb question, right? Yeah. Very dumb question.
Make a preserver.
Ooh, drink one. And drink a bigger one.
Just thought, so you know. Let's do this quick, shall we? Now this should be fun!
Die!
I'm...
Why did she stop attacking?
Quick! How amusing!
Be careful! Back!
Nice try!
Run while you can! Back! Run while you can!
All
Cross
right.
me and you shall pay!
Where do I go?
Begin the onslaught! It's your time to die!
deserve us.
Let's do this quick, shall we?
Let's end this. Blah. Watch out!
Interesting.
What?
That was quite the stream of upgrades there for our boy. Huh. I would have expected studded leather armor to be better than the other one. You equipped heavier massive armor. While these grades of armor have excellent protection, be aware that they reduce the character's attack speed with bows and crossbows. Sure. Specializations. You've qualified for a specialization. Ooh. Interesting. Yes, but how do I unlock them? Oh, I need to unlock them before I can... Oh my god, that's... Wow. Need to unlock them before I can use them. That's so fucking annoying. Landmark tree. Distinctive landmark, but otherwise unremarkable at this time, okay.
All right.
I mean, what elf would you say? Else.
Very well.
Point.
So be it.
Be careful! Run while you can!
Have at you then! Nice try! Oh! Yes!
Alright! Battle it is then! Cross me and you pay!
As you wish.
On the grey waters!
That's one for me! Not be defeated.
So be it.
toxin extract. Ooh. Oh. I expected that to be like a cave I could go into, but apparently not. Oh well. Wella.
Yes!
Do 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 do.
Any luck with that poison? Or you here to see my stock? Splendid! If those beasties come on my land, I hope it teaches them a lesson. Yeah, enough gold to cover any of your expenses and then some, eh? Because I still don't have food to sell.
Oh, I shouldn't sell because I'm getting a new heavy, probably heavy mail wearer shortly, right?
So Terran Loghain is the new regent? Isn't that a good thing?
Shield balance. Oh, that's nice. Oop.
I heard that he may have had something to do with the king's death.
Gonna be my tank, bitch.
They say your mother is Flemeth, a witch of the Kokari Wilds.
They also say that washing your feet in winter makes you catch cold in the head, but we all know that is not true. But sometimes they are right, and they are right in this.
You know the stories about...
Of course. You think my mother would let me go without telling me all the stories of her youth?
My mother told me stories too. She was the one who kindled my love of the old tales and legends.
My mother's stories curdled my blood and haunted my dreams. No little girl wants to hear about the wilder men her mother took to her bed, using them till they were spent, killing them. No little girl wants to be told that this is also expected of her once she comes of age.
I see.
No, you don't. You really don't.
I can fix her.
The path of righteousness is...
Oh. When bears attack, sure. Last keepsake, sure. Huh. And a raster ring.
Good day, Sister Leliana. I'm surprised to see you're still in Lothering.
It is good to see you as well, Your Reverence.
Is there something I can do for you, then?
And talk about Sten.
It might have been kinder to execute him, but I leave his fate to the Maker. Why does he interest you?
Is there any way I can convince you to release him? What did he do? What if he caused an incident? What did he do?
He butchered an entire farmhold. Only one of the youngest hid long enough to survive. The child said his father had found the Canary gravely wounded and took him in. That kindness was repaid with murder. The bandsman found
I feel like there's more to that story.
standing amidst the carnage. He did not resist them.
What would make him do such a thing?
He would not say, though he acknowledged his guilt. Even the seasoned knights who apprehended him were disturbed by the carnage. However docile he appears, do not be fooled. That Canary is a danger.
What if this caused an incident with his people? One in freedom might have a use for him.
Then his next victims might count you and me as their murderers.
I was thinking you might release him into my custody, persuade, lie, come to return him to his people, intimidate. I think I should consider that stance now. I was thinking you might release him into my custody.
And what do you say on this, Leliana? You know your friend better than I.
These are unusual times, Your Reverence. With us, the Kunari might do some good. I am sure of it, in fact.
Were things not so desperate? Very well, I trust you. Take these keys to his cage and make her watch over you.
Thank you, Your Reverence. Your trust is not misplaced.
I feel like that wouldn't have gone well if she wasn't with me. Which doesn't bode well for future quests. As in, I'll always have to bring the right people. Pathfinding.
Did you live there in that forest your entire life?
I left it on occasion, but I always returned. Why? Is that so strange? It was my home.
But it was just you and your mother there. No one else.
Mother occasionally had company.
What? Company? Do I even want to ask?
No, you really don't.
You wish something more of me?
I have the key to open your cage.
I confess, I did not think the priestess would part with it.
Doesn't matter, you can be free. She agreed to release you under my custody.
So be it. Set me free and I will follow you against the Blight.
Very well, I'll let you out. How can you help us exactly? And if I choose to do something else with you? Well, how can you help with us? How can you help us?
Spent my life in the Vanguard. I know war. And your lands need all the help they can get.
Very well.
And so it is done. I will follow you into battle. In doing so, I shall find my atonement.
I guess that will do. What if I don't lead you to your atonement? If you annoy me and I decide to kill you? Thank you, I'm glad to have you with us.
May we proceed? I am eager to be elsewhere.
I think... Sorry, Leliana.
Yes. Veenak Hall.
Ooh, we can also taunt. Oh, but he's a two-handed dude, okay. Alright. Let me guess. The body's on the tree.
It shall be as you say.
That was a nice crit.
Another battle.
I see.
Off I go.
That's a lot of wolves, by the way. That man is doing damage.
Yes. All right. I'm off. Keep going.
You found the body of the boy's mother and have recovered her keepsake. Oh, that boy. Alright, alright, alright. Oh, come on, that's unbearable. Ha ha ha. Get it?
Begin the onslaught.
Very well.
All the way back to the board.
Let him take notice and shine upon thee, for thou hast done his work this day. And the stars stood still, the winds did quiet, and all animals of earth and air held their breath. All was silent in prayer and thanks.
There are no quests available at this time. I guess we're done those then. Patagritch and Lottering. I wonder if he's in there. Nope. load faster. I feel like the longer I'm playing, the longer the loading times become. But that said, I should stop at some point in the near future anyway, so... Let's see if I can find this guy before I leave Lord Herring behind. And at that point it's a good occasion to stop, I suppose.
Where your eyes linger, Alistair.
Yes, well, don't worry. It's not what you think.
I see.
I was looking at your nose.
And what is...
What's to be done? What can we do?
Oh, come on! Don't just cut off that conversation. I guess you could say even the control scheme is kind of like The Witcher. Huh. What was his name again? Peter Gridge. Okay, let's see. Dragon Age Origins. Peter Gridge. Peter Gridge is found in Lothering's Chantry, just outside the door to the Reverend Mother's office. Are you kidding me? I just went there. So he's actually not marked on the map? That's so mean.
Did you see the new recruiters out?
I'd keep your voice down if I were you. They're pressing anyone who can hold a sword into service.
I'm off.
Why do you always go on about how stupid I am? I'm not stupid, am I?
If you need to ask the question...
Because it hurts my manly feelings, you know. Or one of them.
Then I'll be sure to write you an apology once all of this is over.
I was educated by the Chantry. I studied history. They don't make stupid Templars.
Then I must have been mistaken. I'm very impressed.
No, you're not. You're not even listening to me.
My, you are smarter than you look after all. Your Chantry must have been very proud.
All right.
Yep. That exactly my thoughts, friend. All right. Oh, no. No. The game just crashed. I think the last manual save was before the wolves or something. Well, guess it could have been worse.
Why are we stopping? As you wish.
Yep, it was before the fucking wolves. Oh my god. Well, at least I know where to find the guy, right? Can I really pull them one by one? Actually looks like I can. Well, so much for that.
Another battle, I see.
Going. Yes.
I'm crying. Let's get back into the habit of always saving.
Do not like battling these animals. All right, I'm game. Take that.
Always and always saving. It's funny that you can't click through props. And they are transparent. Like you can't click through the geometry, it's just
Blessed are the peaceful.
hitbox blocks walking. That guy? Yep, it is. And he's not marked. Fuck me.
Yes? What can I do for you?
What can I do you for? I have a letter for you.
I knew this time would come. I should have listened to my sister. Sure, sign the paper, she said. You'll enjoy some coin now, but they'll be back. I guess I'll see you on the front lines.
I mean, what did you expect, you clown?
You dare to bring that canary here? Get him out! Out!
I sense I am unwanted.
What's the matter?
This is intolerable. Leave at once.
I sense that she doesn't like me very much.
I'm off.
The Kunari has been very helpful though. He is doing quite a lot of damahe. Alright. Guess we're done here. So let's get to the camp, speak to everyone, and then call it a night.
Don't you
No,
ever talk?
day again.
You know, make polite conversation just to put people at ease.
You mean that I should remark upon the weather before I cut off a man's head?
Yes.
Never mind.
That's what he meant, I think. Oh. Aw. Yes, you must gather your party before venturing forth. is this so much louder than the game? I mean, at least for the stream, it's capped with the compressor.
Bad dreams, huh?
Seems surreal. Must have been something I ate. Why are you bothering me? It seems surreal.
Well, it is real. Sort of. You see, part of being a Grey Warden is being able to hear the Darkspawn. That's what your dream was, hearing them. The Archdemon, it talks to the Horde, and we feel it just as they do. That's why we know this is really a blight.
Yeah, Archdemon, is that the dragon? Or didn't Duncan just tell everyone that? Are these streams going to happen a lot? Is that the dragon?
I don't know if it's really a dragon, but it sure looks like one. But yes, that's the Archdemon. It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the dreams out. Some of the older Grey Wardens say they can understand the Archdemon a bit, but I sure can't. Anyhow, when I heard you thrashing around, I thought I should tell you. It was scary at first for me too.
I'm not frightened. Any other surprises I should know about? You could have told me earlier. Thank you, Alistair.
That's what I'm here for. To deliver unpleasant news and witty one-liners. Anyhow, you're up now, right? Let's pull up camp and get a move on.
New quest, enchantment. Talk to the dwarves. Bordak and Senna, the two dwarves from outside of Lord Herring, seem to have put their wagon to the outskirts of the camp. Oh, interesting. King's Confidant. Journey to Ben Lauren's lands. There are rumors that a fellow survivor Ostagar has escaped the prison of Ben Lauren as seeking the aid of the Grey Wardens. The band's lands lie in the northwest reaches of the Banon. The escaped prisoner has likely taken refuge in the deep woods of the estate. Okay. Well, first things first, right?
Oh, why, you little...
What? What? Did you just jump at the side of your own shadow again? Are you harassing my dog?
Me? Harassing your dog? I should say it's the other way round. Your furry friend here took offence at me getting near his food. He snapped at me, look.
Aww. It's hardly any blood drawn. Still, you shouldn't have. It was just a warning. You could have taken your hand off. Good boy. Teach that silly Alistair lesson. Bad dog, that's not very nice. Well, he's a war dog.
Sometimes I forget that he's a war dog. That'll teach me. I once heard a really old legend about how the Hound Warrior...
Can I talk to him, please?
...tribes would feed their Mabari the flesh of the vanquished. Well, that's what I heard anyway. It would sometimes be human flesh. Oh, like you can tell the difference. For all you know, maybe you've already been fed something. Someone...
Don't listen to him, Alistair. Don't listen to Alistair. It's full of rubbish. If I've had it and I didn't know it, it probably was tasty. Never fed you another human being. I'd never feed you another human being. Don't listen to Alistair.
Hey!
Look at what your fool dog placed in my pack.
Wags his tail.
A putrid, half-eaten hare is not something a woman wants to find in her unmentionables.
It's the thought that counts. He means well. Can't be stinkier than what normally goes into them. I think he thinks you need more meat on your bones. Why doesn't he share his food with me? It's thought that counts.
Dirty mongrel can have this back. There. And tell him not to do it again.
Don't do it again. You're a war dog, not a nursemaid. You heard the lady. It was a gift. You can't just throw it away like that. You heard the lady.
I don't want it, you worthless fur bag.
Imagine not having the dog here. Think you hurt his feelings. You're a mean lady. The dog's too smart for his own good. You're a mean lady.
Oh, he's just trying to be manipulative. I can tell. I do it too.
Now he looks like the Witcher. I didn't know you spoke his language. What's this all? What's all this racket? Watch them, John. Back away slowly. No, watch them.
You are a true warrior and worthy of respect.
Everyone loves John. Finally. Trying to find a way through the earth, are we? Stop that, you're making a mess. Bad dog, ignore John. Trying to find a way through the earth. It's going to take some time, you know. Don't be silly, you'll just mess up the campsite. Alright, have fun then. It's going to take some time. Tell me when you're ready. Well, good luck with it then. It just keeps singing. Finally, I can pet him. Rolls around happily on his back. That dog has more personality than all of Starfield combined. That's the outskirts of camp. Like to talk.
Well, here I am.
This vision of yours.
I knew this would come up sooner or later. I don't know how to explain, but I had a dream. In it, there was an impenetrable darkness. It was so dense, so real. And there was a noise, a terrible, ungodly noise. I stood on a peak and watched as the darkness consumed everything. And when the storm swallowed the last of the sun's light, I fell. And the darkness drew me in.
What then? So just a dream? You dreamed of the blight? That doesn't mean anything. You dreamed of the blight?
I suppose I did. That was what the darkness was, no? When I woke, I went to the Chantry's gardens, as I always do. But that day, the rosebush in the corner had flowered. Everyone knew that bush was dead. It was grey and twisted and gnarled, the ugliest thing you ever saw. But there it was, a single beautiful rose. It was as though the Maker stretched out his hand to say, even in the midst of this darkness, there is hope and beauty. Have faith.
That's just wishful thinking. Doesn't make you want to help me? Did you hear voices? Don't need your Maker interfering with my life. It doesn't make you want to help me.
In my dream, I fell. Or maybe I jumped. I'd do anything to stop the blight. I know that we can do it. There are so many good things in the Maker's world. How can I sit by while the blight devours everything?
Chantry says the Maker's left us. The blight's the Maker's punishment. Will you defy him? I suppose I couldn't sit either.
That is why you're a Grey Warden. Come, there's a blight to stop.
Liana approves.
Yes?
Like to talk.
Well, here I am.
What was life like at the Chantry Cloister?
It was a life suited for contemplation. In the cloister, away from the fuss and the flurry of the cities, I found peace. And in that stillness, I could hear the Maker. But it was not perfect. Some of my Chantry fellows were condescending. That is the nature of religious folk, I suppose.
Condescending? How so? Yes, they tend to be self-righteous. That's why I'm not particularly fond of them. Oh, well, how so?
When I talked about my beliefs, that the Maker reveals himself in the beauty of his world, they treated me with disdain. They want to believe that he's gone, so that when he turns his gaze on them, it means they are special.
Oh.
He cannot possibly have love for all, the sick and the weary, the beggars and the fools.
Don't really want the Maker looking on me anyway. What did you say to them? Prefer your ideas to the ideas of the Chantry.
Thank you. Maybe I am wrong. But it is the Maker's place to decide if I am worthy, not men, not the Chantry. But there is work to be done, and I have talked enough for now. Yes? Well, here I am.
What would someone like you be doing in Lord Herring's Chantry?
What is meant by someone like me?
You just seem to belong to the cloister, you know, a beautiful, charming woman like yourself, sanctimonious, preachy like all the Chantry zealots. Fuck, I should have saved. They don't teach you how to fight in the cloister, do they? You're no beautiful, charming woman like yourself.
And there were no beautiful, charming women in the cloisters, you think? You would be wrong. There were many lovely young initiates in the Lothering cloister, all of them chaste and virtuous. It added to their mystique, because then they were forbidden, and forbidden fruit is the sweeter, no?
So, can we go back to Lord Herring now? As initiates can't have been more lovely than you. And about your fruit, is it forbidden?
flatterer. I, however, did not take vows, and so perhaps I am not as enigmatic? The Chantry provides succor and safe harbor to all who seek it. I chose to stay and become affirmed.
Affirmed?
We affirm our belief in the Maker, in Andraste and the Chant, but other than that, there are no vows taken.
What did you do before that, and why were you seeking safe harbor? That's interesting.
The Chantry does not pride, and you should. I desired time apart from the world. I was a traveling minstrel in Orlais. Tales and songs were my life. I performed, and they rewarded me with applause and...
Oh, that's why she's a rogue, because Bard is a rogue specialization.
Well, you pick up different skills when you travel, yes? Yes, of course. Let's move on.
Wow, that was a +6? Alright. Liliana. There's more to Liliana than had even been apparent to Lotharing. At Lotharing, however, she spent much of her life as a Bard in Orlais, minstrel, blah 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 blah. Bam.
What do you need?
I'd like to ask you something.
Ask away.
What can Templar do exactly?
Essentially, they're trained to fight. The Chantry would tell you that the Templars exist simply to defend. But don't let them fool you. They're an army. The other main purpose for a Templar is, of course, to hunt mages. To that end, we train in talents that drain mana and disrupt spells.
So, couldn't others learn these talents? So Templars use magic themselves?
You could call it that, sure. The Chantry doesn't look on it the same way, however, since really our talents only work on mages. Against a regular person, I'm just a guy in a metal suit.
So couldn't others learn these talents?
Perhaps. But there usually isn't much of an opportunity. The Chantry keeps a close rein on its Templars. We are given lyrium to help develop our magical talents, you see. Which means we become addicted. And since the Chantry controls the lyrium trade with the dwarves, well, I'm sure you can put 2 and 2 together.
So you were addicted? That's horrible, can't believe they would do that. Sounds like an excellent method of control.
You think so, huh? You don't need lyrium in order to learn the Templar talents. Lyrium just makes Templar's talents more effective. Or so I was told. Maybe it doesn't even do that. The Chantry usually doesn't let their Templars get away either, so they can spread their secrets. I'm a bit of an exception. Lucky me.
Like you said, Duncan rescued you, right? Alistair disapproves?
What do you need?
What?
Ask away.
Tell me about... Can you teach others to be Templar?
I suppose I could. But I really would rather not. When the Grand Cleric let Duncan recruit me, she made me swear never to reveal Templar secrets outside of the Chantry. I'd rather not go back on my word.
Very well, I respect your words.
Ask me later, perhaps. Maybe I'll change my mind. This
also, that's how
after all.
A warrior can become a Templar? +1.
What do you need? Ask away.
Tell me about the Grey Wardens.
Such as they are.
Is there a headquarters somewhere?
Here in Ferelden, there's our compound in Denerim at the palace, but that's it. Loghain will have control over that and be watching it, no doubt. Beyond that, the only place I know of is Weishaupt Fortress. That's the headquarters of all Grey Wardens in the Anderfells, 1,000 miles from here. But I've no idea how to even contact them. So unless we try to get back to the compound in Denerim, I suppose the answer is no. There's nowhere for us to go.
What happens now that there's just the two of us?
I imagine that eventually the Grey Wardens outside of Ferelden will wonder what's happened. Why there's no contact from Duncan or someone. They'll send someone eventually. Though who knows what Loghain's people in Denerim will tell them. Maybe they won't send anyone. We could try to contact them. But that would mean leaving Ferelden, and even if we did, they couldn't come back with us in time to stop the Blight. So that means whatever happens, it's up to us.
Well, we need to start rebuilding the Order.
I mean, eventually we would have to use the joining to make more Grey Wardens, right? But I don't know how to do the joining, or what's involved. I know it involves lyrium and some other magic, and that it's really difficult to prepare, but that's it. Unless we can find out more about the joining, I guess we better get used to the idea that there might only be 2 of us for now. Until more come from elsewhere.
Interesting. Where are the nearest Grey Wardens from here?
That's a good question. There's plenty in Orlais, but who knows where they might be found. And the nearest Orlesian city is weeks away. If we go north and cross the sea, there's bound to be some in the Free Marches. Again, however, I just don't know where. I don't know anything about Grey Wardens in other lands.
What would happen if we just left?
Just left? You mean just left Ferelden? I don't know. If there's an archdemon, however, we're supposed to be the only ones who can defeat it. And that means the Blight would grow unchecked. Eventually, other Grey Wardens in Orlais and other lands would hear about it, and they would come to fight it, but they wouldn't come in time to save Ferelden. There's no way. I'm not going anywhere. About the Grey Wardens, anyhow. Fair enough. What do you need?
I'd like to ask you something. So how did you become a Grey Warden?
Same way you did. You drink some blood, you choke on it, and pass out. You haven't forgotten already, have you?
I mean, haha, very funny.
I do my best. What can I say? Let's see, I was in the Chantry before. I trained for many years to become a Templar, in fact. That's where I learned most of my skills.
If you can call them that. I don't seem like the religious sort.
You're telling me I was banished to the kitchens to scour the pots more times than I can count. And that's a lot. I can count pretty high. The Grand Cleric didn't want to let me go.
I can count pretty high.
Forced to conscript me, actually, and was she ever furious when he did? I thought she was going to have us both arrested. I was lucky.
I think Duncan took pity on you. You think is this better than being Templar? Why did the Grand Cleric want to keep you?
I wondered that myself. It's not as if she valued me highly. I think she just didn't want to give anything to the Grey Wardens at all. The Chantry didn't lose much. And I think I can do more fighting the Blight anyhow, rather than sitting in a temple somewhere. I'll always be thankful to Duncan for recruiting me. If it hadn't been for him, you know, I wouldn't have.
Shouldn't have brought him up. I'm sorry. Don't start crying again, please. He was a good man.
He was. A good man who didn't deserve his fate. That much I'm sure of. Come on, let's go. I think I'm done talking.
+1!
What do you need? Ask away.
So you said this Al Eamon raised you?
Did I say that? I meant that dogs raised me. Giant slobbering dogs from the Anderfells. A whole pack of them, in fact.
That's not what I remember you telling Flemeth. That would explain the smell. Really, that must have been tough for them.
Well, they were flying dogs, you see. Surprisingly strict parents, too. And devout Andrastians to boot.
These dogs sold you to the Chantry, I take it? That is what they say about Anders. Raised by flying devout dogs, I see. Cunning. Do you ride, at least? I bet your mother's a bitch.
Alright, I give. I cannot match your rapier wit. Let's see, how do I explain this? I'm a bastard. And before you make any smart comments, I mean the fatherless kind. My mother was a serving girl in Redcliffe Castle who died when I was very young. Al Eamon wasn't my father, but he took me in anyhow and put a roof over my head.
He totally wasn't your father.
And he didn't have to be. I respect the man, and I don't blame him anymore for sending me off to the Chantry once I was old enough.
Why did he send you off to the Chantry? Wasn't your father, so... You know who is, but you blamed him then, I take it. Why did he send you off to the Chantry?
Arleman eventually married a young woman from Orlais, which caused all sorts of problems between him and the king because it was so soon after the war. But he loved her.
Aww.
Anyhow, then you, Arlessa, resented the rumors which pegged me as his bastard. They weren't true, but of course they existed. The Arl didn't care, but she did. So off I was packed to the nearest monastery at age 10. Just as well. The Arlessa made sure the castle wasn't a home to me by that point.
So maybe don't bring him to the Arlessa. We're probably luckier than most orphans. Wasn't it inappropriate for the Arl to raise an orphan? An awful thing to do to a child. That sounds like a bunch of whining, but an awful thing to do to a child.
Maybe. She felt threatened by my presence, I can see that now. I can't say I blame her. She wondered if the rumors were true herself, I bet. I remember I had an amulet with Andraste's holy symbol on it. The only thing I had of my mother's. I was so furious at being sent away, I tore it off and threw it at the wall and it shattered. Stupid thing to do.
Oh, man.
The Arl came by the monastery a few times to see how I was, but I was stubborn. I hated it there, and blamed him for everything. And eventually, he just stopped coming.
Well, you think the Arl will help us? Are you sure he isn't your father? You were young. You were young. Are you sure he isn't your father?
Yes, I'm quite sure. At any rate, I don't look anything like him. You'll see for yourself. Not that it stopped the rumors any. All I know is that the Arl is a good man, and well loved by the people. He also was King Cailan's uncle, so he has a personal motivation to see Loghain pay for what he did. Anyway, that's really all there is to the story.
+4. Alistair. His mother was a serving girl who died when Alistair was very young. He was raised by Eamon Garin, Earl of Redcliffe, for a time. The Earl's wife is all suspect the reason her husband took an interest in the welfare of a servant's child was that Alistair was Eamon's son. She insisted that the boy be sent away to the Chantry. Creatures, bear, and giant spider. Definitely met some of those. Oh, this guy.
Yes.
What were you doing in that cage? Wait.
Sitting, as you observed.
Very funny. That's not what I meant.
It's what you asked.
Just tell me.
I did. Parshera. Was there anything else?
I want to discuss something you
Speak,
mentioned.
Then I suggest we move on.
It's enough for now. I have a question.
I am hardly surprised.
Why did you come to Ferelden?
To answer a question.
Okay. What was the question?
The Arishok asked what is the Blight, by his curiosity.
What is an Arishok? What's an Arishok?
The one who commands the Antam, the body of the Qunari.
Why does he care about the Blight?
Why do you?
I'm a Grey Warden, it's my job.
Exactly. You don't ask, nor do I. The Arishok sends me and I go.
Fair. Don't you have to report back then?
Yes.
Well, I can see you right on top of that.
I cannot go home.
Why not?
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Move on.
Accidentally.
Keep
Fuck.
the Darkspawn waiting.
I want to discuss something you mentioned. That's enough for now.
Then I suggest we move on.
Question.
I am hardly surprised.
Apparently I don't have a question, so let's go.
As you wish.
Well, I did get a +8. Is that +4 still from earlier? Asking for a friend? Or did Alistair approve that I talked to Sten? Apparently Alistair approved that I talked to Sten?
You're a hard man to find. Where are my manners? The name is Levy. Levy Dryden. Did Duncan ever mention me? Levy of the coins? Levy the trader?
You know Duncan?
Oh, yes, for years. Considered him a friend, I did. But here I am carrying on while you have a blight to stop. Don't want to waste your time. But you see, Duncan promised that together we'd look into something important for the Wardens. And for me.
But poor Duncan's... well, no more. A tragedy it is, at that. But I know he would want his work carried on. His pledge...
You little cunt. What promise did he make to you?
My family... well, past a bit checkered to see. Nobles look at us with disdain. My great-great-grandmother, Sophia Dryden, was the last Warden Commander of Ferelden back when the Wardens were known as freeloaders. So King Orland banished the Wardens, and he took House Dryden's land and titles.
Just tell me what I need to know.
Duncan wanted to reclaim the old Grey Warden base, Soldier's Peak, and perhaps we'll uncover evidence to restore my family's honour along the way. Nobody's been to Soldier's Peak since the Grey Wardens were banished, but I found a way. They say it's haunted, and it's certainly dangerous. Will you help me?
Sure. Why didn't Duncan help you?
Darkspawn surfaced in southern Ferelden, and Duncan got plenty busy recruiting new Wardens and meeting with good King Cailan. Duncan said he would help after the Battle of Ostagar. Said there might be useful things at the peak, but he never had the chance.
How will reclaiming the peak help the Wardens?
Soldier's Peak is strategic and symbolic importance. Duncan said that it would be worth it right there. He also hoped to recover lost Warden history and perhaps a few old relics. No one knows what's up there now.
Sure.
1,000 blessings upon you, Warden. I'll mark down the location on your map. When you arrive, we'll pick our way through the tunnels together.
Tunnels? What do you mean, tunnels? Tunnels? What? Standard proofs, interesting history of the Dryden's, blah 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 blah, don't care. Characters... Sophia Dryden? No, that has to be the old one, right?
Ah, it's good to see you,
Got a
my
chance to
fine rescuer.
save.
Bodon Feddick, at your service, once again. I saw your camp and remember the kind offer that you made the last time we met. And is there anywhere safer for a poor merchant and his son to sleep? I think not. I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence. How does that sound? Good? Yes?
What are you selling exactly?
Anything, everything, but all of the finest quality. No cheap trinkets here. And my boy Sandal happens to be a bit of a hand with enchantments. Oh, yes. Sadly, it also makes us a target for bandits and the like. If there were spare hands to hire as guards, I would have done so long ago.
You're free to stay.
Wonderful. Thank the gentleman, won't you, boy?
Thank you, sir.
We won't be a bother to you and your companions, I assure you. If you should need enchantments, simply talk to my boy. Otherwise, come speak with me. You and your friends are formidable folk, indeed. It's good to have you along on the road.
So, what's your story exactly?
Well, if you're really interested, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you. I am originally from Orzammar, the famed dwarven city that lies beneath the stately Frostback Mountains. I was a merchant there, too. Merchant caste. These things are in the blood, you know. You can't just leave them behind. I ran a fairly successful business. Rare artifacts, you know. Old things, grand things. The nobles loved them. Reminded them of the lost glory days, I suppose.
Go on.
So, as I said, things were going well. But good things must come to an end. One day, a noble woman came to my store. She looked around for a bit and then started shrieking in dismay. Apparently, she believed that a pair of braces I had for sale once belonged to her brother. He'd been lost in a cave-in, you see, while on an expedition to clear out the Darkspawn from one of the tunnels running close to the city. They were made specially for him. They're unique, she shrieked. He stole them from my poor brother's corpse. She had me arrested on the spot, of course. Nobles, they're touchy like that.
And did you steal them?
Well, I didn't steal them. You see, I'd been paying these castless thugs to venture out into the deep roads for me. The lost tides. They're full of things that people left behind. Sometimes you can find a treasure. Something worth a little gold.
Isn't that stealing?
To the nobles it is. They believe everything in the Tigers belongs to the house that once dwelled there, even if it's in ruins and they haven't seen it in generations. The noblewoman, she wasn't too happy with the theft of her brother's braces. I don't know what they planned for me, and I didn't want to find out.
That's the
Bribed the
spirit.
guard that was watching me and took off for the surface first opportunity I got. Never looked back.
You're quite lucky to have done so well.
I thank the stone every single day. Now, is there anything the boy or I can get you?
Let me see
I'm
where.
sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Oathkeeper. Sounds like something I don't want to sell. Morax. All kinds of shit. That's way better.
Hello.
The boy's a bit simple, but he's rather good with enchantments. One of those tranquil fellas actually called him, what was it? Oh, certainly, I can do
Oh
that
fuck,
for you.
what, wrong button. Warden's longsword. Sure.
Enchantment?
He can fold lyrium into... It's a...
Enchant...
And there you have it.
Enchantment. Oh. Alright. Transfer reduces movement speed, plus 1 fire damage, plus 2 electricity damage. Oh. Interesting. I can also take them back out. That's good to know. And the last one. Really on the outskirts.
What do you wish of me?
I'd like to ask you something.
If you must.
Did you grow up? Have you ever been hunted? Fluent thoroughly, which seems to be... Can teach others to become... No, that doesn't work. Oh, but... interesting. Did you grow up in the Kasari Wilds?
Why do you ask me such questions? I do not probe you for pointless information, do I?
You can probe me anytime.
Beg pardon then, while I jump for joy. What is it you asked? If I grew up in the wilds? A curious question. Where else would you picture me? For many years it was simply Flemeth and I. The wilds and its creatures were more real to me than Flemeth's tales of the world of man. In time, I grew curious. I left the wilds to explore what lay beyond, never for long. Brief forays into a civilized wilderness.
That fire effect is so weird. And you remained unnoticed, but you kept going back to the wilds. I have a hard time picturing that. You remained unnoticed?
For the most part. Flemeth taught me well. For all that I had been taught, however, the truth of the civilized lands proved to be overwhelming. I was unfamiliar with so much. So confident and bold was I, yet there was much that Flemeth could never have prepared me for.
You must have looked quite the fool. Very daring, that sounds like you. I can just imagine where you heard. I can just imagine.
I rather doubt that. Only once was I accused of being a witch of the wilds, and that by a chastened who happened to be traveling with a merchant caravan. He pointed and gasped, and began shouting in his strange language, and most assumed he was casting some curse upon me. I acted the terrified girl, and naturally, he...
That was quick thinking. What happened to the poor man? I suppose I'm supposed to be surprised you're a good liar? No, that was quick thinking.
Men are always willing to believe two things about a woman. One, that she is weak, and two, that she finds him attractive. I played the weakling and battered my eyelashes at the captain of the guard. Child's play. The point being that I was able to move through human lands fairly easily. Whatever humans think a witch of the wild looks like, 'tis not I. Not that I did not have trouble. There are things about human society which have always puzzled me, such as the touching. Why all the touching for a simple greeting?
I have no idea, I'm not human. Touching the game check. We're upset by all the bad touching. I have no idea, I'm not human.
Do not speak to me of trivialities. Your culture is not so entirely different. There were many nuances that Flemeth could never tell me of. When to look into another's eyes. How to eat at a table. How to bargain without offending. None of these things I knew. I still do not understand it all, truth be told, but then I gave up long ago any hope of doing so. When I returned to the wilds last, I swore to Flemeth that I had no intention of leaving again.
Yet here you are. You can go back if you like. I guess the joke's on you then. I'm glad it worked out this way at least.
Yes? Let's ignore the entire Darkspawn threat and the presence of a simpleton as your only other great... Not that I lack appreciation for the intent of your comment. Thank you.
Oh,
Well,
she's warming up.
before the ground opens up and swallows us, yes?
+6? Come on. Oh, I should have saved. Runes and enchantments.
Yes?
I'd like to ask you something.
If you must.
Have you ever been hunted by the Chantry?
You are very cute to ask so many questions.
Glad you think so, and you're cute when you're evasive. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Just answer don't. You're cute when you're evasive.
Really? Perhaps we should be wrapped in ribbons and adorned with flowers. So cute are we, too. My mother has been hunted from time to time, yes, by Templar fools like Alistair, which should tell you how successful we generally were. Flemeth made a bit of a game of it, in fact. The Templars would come again, and she would look at me and smile and say that the fun was to begin once more.
Fun? You found it fun? Usually had no trouble with them. I feel sorry for the Templars. Yep.
They came with as much swagger and arrogance as they did self-righteousness. Pity them if you wish, for they held none for us. Flemeth would warn them, once. 'Twas a warning they inevitably failed to heed. And then the true game began. Often Flemeth would use me as bait. A little girl to scream and run and lure the Templars deeper into the wilds and to their doom.
Flemeth used your bait. Did you actually kill them all? Surely more would have followed.
Sometimes. Eventually. Thankfully, the wilds is a vast place. Once they found us, Flemeth would simply move us elsewhere and we would be lost within the forest once again. I did not understand the danger we faced until I was much older. I had never heard of apostates or maleficarum.
Don't you regret hunting any of those men at all? What exactly is an apostate? Do you still think that was fun? They got what they deserved.
Perhaps they did. Still, I do not begrudge them doing what they believe is necessary. The Chantry sees any mages not leashed to the Circle of Magi as apostates. And apostates could become maleficarum, evil mages that resort to blood magic and become demon-enslaved abominations. It may even be true. Still, those of us who prefer freedom see no reason to submit.
Meaning what? We'll fight you to the end? With no responsibility to those around you? If I were a mage, I might think the same. I agree completely, if you say so. I might think the same.
Thank you for small favors, then, at the very least. Enough of this talk. Let us return to the task at hand. Yes?
I'd like to ask you something else. Is Flemeth really what she seems to be?
Well, that depends, does it not? What does she seem to be?
Old woman, powerful Malefica, nutty old bed.
Sometimes I do wonder the very same thing. Tell me, how much do you know of the tale? The one that the chastened still tell of my mother, to frighten them into obedience.
Didn't even know there was such a thing. I've heard a little of it. I'm more interested in the truth. Spare me the bedtime stories. I'm more interested in the truth.
I can relay what Flemeth once told me herself, and you can decide whether or not 'tis the truth, if you desire.
That sounds interesting, right? My quick point would be no thanks. Sounds interesting.
As the tale is sung by the bards, there was a time when Flemeth was young and beautiful, a fair lass in a land of barbarian men, the desire of any who saw her.
So long ago is this? Yes, I've heard this part. Not true then? How long ago is this?
Many centuries.
Holy
Before
shit.
This land was even named Ferelden. The tales say that Flemeth fell in love with Osen the Bard, and fled the castle of her husband, the dread Lord Conobar, and
I've read
he
that.
swore vengeance for her infidelity. In truth, my mother claims that 'twas Osen who was her husband, and Conobar the jealous lord who looked on from afar. Lord Conobar approached young Osen and offered him wealth and power in exchange for his lovely wife, and Osen agreed.
Sold his wife to another man. Flemeth must have been angry. Sounds like a fair deal. Flemeth must have been angry.
The life of a bard is a poor one, and love fades in the wake of hunger. 'Twas Flemeth who suggested the arrangement. All would have been well had Lord Conobar kept his end of the bargain. But he was a foul man who bargained with coin he did not possess. Osen was led off to a field and slain, left for dead. Flemeth spoke to the spirits and learned of the deed, and swore revenge.
She spoke to spirits or demons, but wasn't she now married to a wealthier man? So she truly loved Osen then.
That was not the point. Conobar had no honor, so she would not have him. Flemeth begged the spirits to aid her, and 'twas they who slew Conobar. The demon the legend tells of came later. Lord Conobar's allies chased Flemeth, you see. Chased her to the wilds, and there she hid. There she found the demon, and he made her strong. The legends all speak of the great hero Cormac, he who defeated Flemeth and her great army when she invaded the lowlands centuries later. All lies.
Of course Flemeth would say that, which she never invaded, or she never defeated her. Or he never defeated her. Even my people have heard of Cormac, which she never invaded or he never defeated her.
The truth of the matter is that there was never an invasion. As Flemeth tells it, the Chastened never raised an army under her banner, and she never fought with any warrior named Cormac. Cormac led a brutal civil war against his own people, and later claimed it was to vanquish evil that had taken root amongst the lords. Thus, he was hailed a hero. Flemeth was only attached to the legend much later. Perhaps 'twas due to the great war with the Chastened that eventually came, but Mother claims not to know how it began.
Do you believe her version? How is it that Flemeth has survived for so long? The legend tells of Flemeth having many daughters. And Abomination is usually insane horse. Interesting story, thank you. How is it that Flemeth has survived for so long?
The demon within her has transformed her into something else. An abomination, perhaps some would say. I know not. I only know my mother is clever, and she is part of the wilds as it is part of her. But
I wonder how old the Morrigan is.
she bleeds. A blade in her heart would kill her like any other, were it lucky enough to find her.
Do you believe her version? The legend tells of Flemeth having many daughters.
You ask if I have sisters. I have asked of this myself. The stories tell of many witches of the wilds after all, not just the one. And these tales existed long before I did. Flemeth refuses to speak of other daughters, if they existed. So, should I believe I am her first? I doubt that too.
But why would she refuse to speak of them?
The Chastened tell of a falling out between Flemeth and her daughters. They say that one day she hunted them all through the wilds and ate their hearts. It may be true. I have never seen another witch or heard of one. Perhaps one day Flemeth will eat my heart as well.
And Abomination is usually insane horrors.
How often is this usually? Always? If not always, then when is it not true? There are more things in this world and the next than you or I could ever hope to understand. What Flemeth became is a mystery. I suspect, even to her.
To believe her version.
I do not believe everything that Flemeth claims. Oft it seems her bitterness has colored her memories. But on the whole, yes, I believe this tale, if not all.
Interesting story, thank you.
Flemeth tells it with far more embellishment than I, but you are welcome. Dare I ask of your own mother? Few are abominations of legend, 'tis true, but I find myself curious, nevertheless.
Mother died when I was born. There's nothing really to say about her. I love her, what else do you want to know? Died when I was born.
Ah, then you have my sympathies for what it is worth. Which is very little, I am certain. It matters not. Let us move on.
Man, you're really playing hard to get, Morrigan.
If you must. Yes?
Life in the wilds must have been very lonely.
Perhaps. A world full of people and buildings and things was all very foreign to me. If I wished companionship, I ran with the wolves and flew with the birds. If I spoke, 'twas to the trees.
Did they speak back?
Don't be foolish. I recall the first time I crept beyond the edge of the wilds. I did so in animal form, remaining in the shadows and watching these strange townsfolk from afar. I happened upon a noblewoman by her carriage, adorned in sparkling garments the likes of which I had never before seen. I was dazzled. This, to me, seemed what true wealth and beauty must be. I snuck up behind her and stole a hand mirror from the carriage. 'Twas encrusted in gold and crystalline gemstones, and I hugged it to my chest with delight as I sped back to the wilds.
So you were a thief? Can't imagine Flemeth was pleased. What happened then?
Flemeth was furious with me. I was a child and had not yet come into my full power, and I had risked discovery for the sake of a pretty bauble. To teach me a lesson, Flemeth took the mirror and smashed it upon the ground.
That's so dumb.
I was heartbroken.
But you were just a child. I have a hard time picturing you heartbroken. You were just a child.
And a foolish one. Flemeth was right to break me of my fascination. Beauty and love are fleeting and have no meaning. Survival has meaning. Power has meaning. Without those lessons, I would not be here today, as difficult as they might have been.
Feel sorry for you, but you don't need to live like that. Live that way any longer. They made you stronger, didn't they? Those are harsh lessons to teach a child.
Perhaps, but they were necessary still. To return to your original question, perhaps my time in the wilds was indeed lonely, but such was how it had to be. I find myself at times wondering what might have become of the girl with the beautiful golden mirror, but such fantasies have no place amidst reality.
What? Oh, fuck, I pressed the wrong button. No!
Yes? A world full of people and buildings and things was all such... I snuck up behind her and stole... To teach me a lesson, Flemeth took the mirror and smashed it.
A hard time to picture your heart broken.
That is because I... Without those lessons, I would not be here today, as
What? Whatever.
Yes?
Take your disapproval and shove it up your ass. Like, discuss something personal.
So 'tis as good a time as any.
Oh, kiss her!
What's this? 'Tis a rather odd discussion you seem to desire, leaning in so closely.
Humor me.
Oh, it's humor you desire. I didn't realize comedy had anything to do with this.
Only if we do it wrong.
How true. Let us do it right, then.
Wait. Wait, what? Okay.
Yes?
I did not see that coming.
We're in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any. Ah, such a romantic, I see.
The music, man. What the fuck? Wait. Can I do it again and she approves again? Is that how it works? Or is that the old approval? Go away so I can try that out.
Yes? We're in camp, so discuss away.
Nope.
Yes? We're in camp, so...
Okay, it's not +4. Why can't I just go... Wow. Just fucking wow. Alyssa's like at 0. Yep. Morrigan. +22. Nice. Sten. +8. John. Plus everything. She is on. +20. So can I smooch her as well then?
Yes? Something you need?
I'd like to talk to you about this something.
What's on your mind?
Huh. Why did you decide to come to Ferelden?
My mother was from Denerim, and I consider myself a Ferelden. Mother served an Orlesian noblewoman who lived here when Orlais ruled. When Orlais was defeated, and the common folk began to resent the presence of any Orlesian, the lady returned to Orlais. She took my mother with her. I was born in Orlais, and did not set foot in Ferelden till much later. Mother was always telling me stories of her homeland. I think she missed it.
What happened to your mother?
Mother died when I was very young. Lady Cecilie let me stay with her. I had no one else.
Oh.
She was quite old then, and she had me study music and dance to entertain her. It is unfair that I have more memories of Cecilie than my mother.
Do you remember nothing of your mother? You were young and unstable. What was Cecilie like? That's just too bad that she's gone. Do you remember nothing of your mother?
Strangely, the only thing I really remember of Mother was her scent.
No, that's
She
not
kept
strange.
dried flowers in her closet amongst her clothes. Small white Ferelden wildflowers with a sweet fragrance. Mother called them Andrastis Grace. They were very rare in Orlais. But enough about that. Let us move on. Yes? Something you need? Yes? What's on your mind?
Do you miss anything about Orlais?
I miss Val Royeaux. Unlike other cities where the people are the lifeblood and the character, Val Royeaux was her own person, and her people little more than decorations. There was always music in Val Royeaux, streaming from the many windows, quiet refrains and triumphant choruses, and always, floating above that all, the chant, coming from the Grand Cathedral. It was magnificent.
That sounds wonderful.
Oh, it would take me a day or two to talk about the many splendors of Orlais, her golden fields, her lush meadows. Of course, there are good things and bad things about Orlais, like anywhere else. Sometimes I miss it dearly, and sometimes I'm glad I'm rid of it. And you will laugh at this, but I miss the fine things I had in Orlais.
What sort of things? Must be a big change. Moving to Lothering. Do not have fine things now. What sort of things?
Dresses, fine dresses and furs, and shoes, of course. One can't mingle with nobility with bad shoes, you see. Orlais is very fashionable, almost ridiculously so. But the shoes, living with those ridiculous trends was worth it for the shoes.
What's so special about shoes? Shoes are shoes. They to keep your feet dry. I love shoes. Were they ridiculous shoes?
Sometimes. About 10 years ago, all the ladies went mad for shoes with soles as large and heavy as bricks. But it isn't always that silly. When I left Orlais, the fashion was shoes with delicate tapered heels and embellishments in the front. A ribbon, perhaps, or embroidery. In soft colors, of course.
Of course.
Spring.
Of course. You lost me. Oh, that sounds so lovely. Wouldn't that be hard to walk in?
I wouldn't want to run in it, or have to enter battle, but for lounging in a lady's sitting room, perfect. The shoes made in Orlais were exquisite. Not at all like these clunky fur-lined leather boots you have in Ferelden. Ugh, just look at them.
You don't need fancy shoes to make you beautiful. I know, right? So ugly and shapeless. They're comfortable. At least they keep the cold out. Oh, you don't need fancy shoes to make you beautiful.
Thank you. It's kind of you to say so, even wearing these mud-covered horrors. They're sturdy shoes, But sometimes a girl just wants to have pretty feet. Oh, I could talk about shoes all day, but we have things to do, don't we?
+1, come on.
Yes? Something you need? Yes? What's on your mind?
You're a traveling minstrel. Do you have tales to share?
Of course I do. I love stories far too much to keep them to myself. Everyone should be able to benefit from them, I think.
Tell me about Darkspawn. No, any stories from LA? Do you have any Ferelden legends? There was another story I wanted to hear. Okay, tell me about Darkspawn.
Geoffrey Law says it is man's pride that created the Darkspawn. In ages past, the mages of the Tevinter Imperium ruled much of the world we know. In their pride, they thought their magics invincible and imagined that they were greater than the Maker himself. So thinking, they invaded his golden city, planning to take it for themselves and depose their own creator. But they were impure and full of sin. And it is with the sin that they tainted the golden city, corrupting it forever. The Maker cursed them and cast them from his sight. Wherever they went, they spread the taint of their sin. Any land that was touched by the taint became blighted and would suffer no life. Instead, the Darkspawn arose to torment us and remind us of our hubris.
Know any stories from LA?
Of course, Orlesians enjoy telling stories. I shall tell you my favorite tale of Aveline, the Knight of Orlais.
That sounds interesting.
A long time ago, a girl child was born to a farmer. He had hoped for a son, not a daughter, and so he told his wife to abandon the child in the woods. Before the cold could claim her, the baby was found by a tribe of Dalish elves who took pity on the poor mewling thing and raised her as their own. Aveline, for that is what they called her, grew strong and quick and clever under the guidance of the elves. She learned to wield the sword as well as any man, could kill a deer with an arrow at 100 paces, and was as graceful on the back of a horse as she was on foot.
I saw that coming. Continue, please. Perhaps you could continue. There's a later date. Saw that coming. No, continue, please.
Aveline's Dalish guardians saw that she could easily best any Orlesian chevalier in battle, and wanted to show the cruel humans the child they had left to die. They bestowed upon her a fine horse and armor, and sent her to prove herself to her people in the Grand Tourney. Now, in those days, no woman was allowed to take up arms, let alone compete in the Grand Tourney. But Aveline kept her helmet on and was not discovered.
Go on, did she win the tourney? Perhaps we could continue this. No, did she win?
Aveline won many events and gained the approval of the adoring crowd. Eventually, she came face to face with the knight Kaleva in the Grand Melee. Aveline had already bested him in the joust, and Kaleva was determined not to lose a second time. Out of desperation to regain his honor, Kaleva tripped Aveline and tossed her to the ground, ripping off her helmet as he did so. Silence fell upon the arena as Aveline was revealed. Kaleva declared the previous competitions invalid. A woman had taken part, and this was not...
That's not the lesson to learn here.
The crowd cheered for Aveline. Kaleva was furious, for he had lost to a woman.
That's the one.
Being shamed. Blinded by his rage, he forced Aveline to her knees. "Know your place, woman," cried he, and slit her throat.
Holy shit. I was hoping for a happy ending. That's terrible.
The son of the king, Prince Freyan, was present. He recognized Aveline's skill and bravery and began to see the injustice done to the women in his land. When he was made king, he rewrote the laws of Orlais so that women could also become chevalier. He honored Aveline and knighted her after her death. And to this day, any female who is knighted reveres Aveline the Brave, for she is the patron of all women chevalier.
Cool. Do you know any Ferelden legends?
I know one, told to me by my mother a long time ago. It always chilled me to the bone. Maybe you have heard of Flemeth?
Yes, I've heard of Flemeth. Flemeth, Morrigan's mother was called Flemeth. I met a Flemeth in the Kossari Wilds. No, I don't believe I've heard of Flemeth. Oh, let's straight to the truth. I've met her in the Kossari Wilds.
Are you sure? Was she the Flemeth of legend? Flemeth, the devourer of men? Flemeth, mother of witches? Flemeth, demon-touched, who dwells in the mist.
Good thing we are far away from Morrigan right now. What does it matter? She didn't really introduce herself as such. She looked like your average old woman. They probably just had the same name. She didn't really introduce herself as such.
Ferelden mothers scare their daughters with talk of Flemeth. They say that if you're bad, Flemeth will spirit you away and bind you to her forever. They also say that Flemeth mourns her lost beauty and will steal yours through your looking glass if she catches you.
Tell me the whole story. Flemeth was once beautiful. Tell me the whole story.
Flemeth's beauty was known throughout the land. She had hair like unto a moonless night, skin as pale as winter's first snow, and eyes as beautiful and perilous as the sea. When she came of age, she came to the attention of the Lord of Highever, Conobar, and he took her for his wife. Conobar soon learned that his young bride had the gift of magic. He kept this a secret, for he feared that she would be taken from him. Flemeth stayed with Conobar for some years, and with his blessing, she practiced her art. And then one day, a young poet named Osen came to the castle. Flemeth was captivated by Osen's voice, and he by her beauty, and they fell in love.
What happened then? Ooh, the plot thickens.
Flemeth longed to be with her true love, and she and Osen fled from Conobar's lands, seeking refuge in the Kokari wilds with the chasing tribe.
It's the Kokari, not Kosari.
Happily for many a year, till the day Flemeth received news that Conobar was dying and longed to see her face one last time. Flemeth's heart swelled with pity for the man who once was her husband, and begged Osen to return to Conobar's side with her. But when Flemeth and Osen entered Highever, they were captured by Conobar's men, and Osen was slain in front of Flemeth's eyes. Flemeth was imprisoned in the highest tower of the castle, there to await Conobar's judgment on her. Distraught at the loss of her love, Flemeth plotted revenge against her husband. She summoned a fey demon, intending for it to wreak vengeance on Conobar. But a spell went awry. The demon possessed Flemeth. Turning her into an abomination, the halls of the castle ran red with blood as Flemeth slaughtered Conobar and all his men. The last of Flemeth's humanity melted away, and at dawn, she stole back to the wilds to plot and scheme for 100 years. They say she took to her side many chastened men, and with their help, begat her daughter witches, who even now prowl the dark places of the Kokari wilds.
There was another story I want to hear.
Which one?
Do you know anything about the Dalish? Andraste. Okay, Dalish.
I have heard a little about how the elves gained their freedom from the Tevinter Imperium. When Andraste began her exalted march against the Imperium, the elves joined her cause to fight their masters. The great elven leader, Shatan, born in captivity, rose up to lead his people. He foresaw a future where the elves were free. Shatan was killed when Andraste was betrayed, but the elves continued to fight, eventually breaking free of the Imperium. The elves claimed the Dales in the south and settled there in the land of their own.
Didn't last.
The elves lived in the Dales for centuries. They resurrected the worship of the elven gods and would allow the building of no chantry. This angered the chantry, and the hostility between the two factions finally broke out in open war. The chantry says the elves struck first, but I do not know whether to believe it. The chantry declared a holy exalted march against the elves, named for Andraste's similar march against Tevinter. During the exalted march of the Dales, the elven cities were sacked, and the elven state completely dissolved. Some of the elves bitterly accepted their fates and surrendered to human rule, living in the human cities as second-class citizens. But others, still fiercely proud of their heritage, refused to bow to the humans, and instead became homeless wanderers. They were the elves of the Dales, the Dalish.
That explains the name. One thing I just noticed is one way to tell that this game is like 15 years old. No hair physics. Like her strands of hair here, they don't move. What do you know about Andraste?
Andraste was the Maker's chosen. The Maker had long since abandoned the world when the sound of her singing turned his ear. Beauty, grace, and wisdom enraptured him, and he offered to take her from this flawed world to become his divine bride. But Andraste had an earthly husband and would not forsake him. Instead, she beseeched the Maker to return to his people once more. So earnest was her plea that the Maker was moved, and promised that he would create a paradise on earth if all abandoned their false gods and turned once more to him. And this is why Andraste began her exalted march on the idolaters of the Tevinter Imperium. The Maker granted her his powers with which to smite her enemies. Andraste brought the Imperium to its knees, and her victories converted many to the worship of the Maker.
Shartan? Tell me about Shartan again. How did Andraste die?
When
Shartan?
Andraste began her
Oh.
exalted march, the great Shartan, the elves, claimed the Dales in the south and settled there in the land of their own. But others still
How did Andraste die?
It was the frailties of men that betrayed and killed Andraste. Her earthly husband, Maferath, a chieftain of the Alamari tribes himself, grew jealous as his wife's popularity and influence overshadowed his own. She was also revered as the Maker's betrothed, and Maferath began to see their own bond waning in significance as Andraste became ever more devoted to the Maker. Out of envy and spite, Maferath made a pact with the Archon Hysarian of Tevinter, allowing his beloved Andraste to be ambushed and captured. Andraste was burned at the stake in Minrathous, the capital of Tevinter.
But Tevinter has a chantry, doesn't it? Why did they make on save her with this power? Oh, it has a chantry, doesn't it?
The Tevinter chantry claims that in Andraste's last moments, Hysarian's heart softened, and he heard the voice of the Maker telling him to end her suffering. He plunged his sword into her heart, and as her blood washed over his hands, he became one of the faithful. Dissenters said that the Archon only converted because he could not stem the tide of Andraste's cult, and was forced to do so to stay in power. We will never know for sure.
Oh, new ability inspired minor cunning? What? Inspired by leadership, this party members gained a minor bonus to cunning. Cool. Lyanna. Lyanna takes care to honor the Lothering cloister that took her in and keeps symbol of Andraste's blessings close to her heart. And Liliana approval. Gimme.
Did you always live in an alienage? Was it very terrible?
In my family there was joy there too.
That is good to hear. I have never been to the Denerim alienage, but I hear that life is hard and there is so much squalor. In Orlais, most elven servants live in the homes of their masters, often in great wealth and luxury.
I did not know that. I'd rather live free in squalor than be a slave. I bet some are treated cruelly like dogs. Yeah, I'd rather live free.
They are serfs. There is no slavery in Orlais.
The same thing.
Elven servants are well compensated for their services. Some of them live richer lives than humans. A well-trained elven servant is highly valued in Orlais. They are nimble and dexterous, and many people find them pleasing to look at.
Wow. Wow, like a prize-winning animal.
No, I did not mean it that way. Oh, my words were clumsily chosen. I did not mean to offend. I am sorry.
Apology accepted. I'm elven, but more than that, I'm a person. You may not be cruel, but you still see us differently. I'm an elven, but more than that, I'm a person.
Of course. I am sorry if I implied otherwise. Thank you. You have given me a lot to think about.
Rules +1, okay.
Yes? Something you need?
I'd like to talk to you about something.
What's on your mind?
I heard that in Orlais, minstrels are often spies.
Where did you hear this?
Yes, is it true or not? Don't remember. Someone told me this a long time ago. I read it in history book. Who cares? Is it true or not?
Not all minstrels are spies. Most are just singers and storytellers, but some of them are what we call bards.
What's the difference?
Many use the two words minstrel and bard interchangeably, but to do so in Orlais would cause misunderstanding. Bards are minstrels and more. Spies, as you say. Some say there is a bard order, but I don't think this is true. Many bards work alone or in small groups, doing the bidding of a patron who pays for their services. If there is an organization behind it all, no one knows who they are.
Part of business, I guess. Patron, what sort of patron do they spawn for Ferelden? Doesn't the monarchy govern them? What sort of service does a bard offer?
What do you think? They infiltrate, steal, sometimes assassinate?
I bet she's a bard.
It depends on the bard. In Orlais, there is much rivalry amongst the highborn. They fight over land, influence, and the favor of the Empress. But they cannot do this openly because it is impolite, and in public, they wear smiling faces and pretend to be civil. In secret, they plot and scheme to destroy each other. It is a game completely meaningless to anyone but its players.
You were a bard, weren't you? Seem to know quite a bit about these bards. I knew it. You're not just some innocent sister. We sent you to spy on me. No. You seem to know quite a bit about these bards.
And I shouldn't I, after having spent most of my adult life as one? You've guessed as much, I'm sure. But does it really matter what I was? What's past is past.
But why were you living in cloistered sister in rural Ferelden? I never leave that. Sounds so exciting. So that's where you learned to fight like that. Yep.
My skills served me well. But the day finally came when I decided to just put them aside. I found myself in Ferelden and sheltered from bad weather in the Chantry. And when the storm passed, I just did not want to leave.
Bad weather,
I like to see the Maker brought me here.
More approval?
Yes? Something you need?
Ooh. Can you teach me to be a bard?
That's an idea. I've watched you, and I do think you'd find some of my skills quite easy to pick up. Let's just go over there, away from the others. For safety, yes? I expect there shall be daggers flying about willy-nilly for a time.
Nice.
Yes? Something you need?
Yes, I'd like to talk to you about something.
Yes? What's on your mind?
Nothing, never mind.
Yes?
Wait, can I not talk about us? Come on. So mean. It's fucking 29 interested. John is just 100. Stan, neutral. Morrigan, 22. Not interested apparently. Alistair, 0. Oh my god, how did I manage to get this boy back to 0? Anyway. Bonus +2 willpower +1 cunning. Bards follow Orlesian tradition. Oh, Orlesian tradition. I didn't even realize. Assassins, spies, saboteurs following other secretive pursuits in the constant and sometimes petty struggles between nobles. Having taken the minstrels out to new levels, bards are skilled performers and master manipulators. Bards can inspire their allies or dishearten their foes through song and tale. Bam. Oh, Bard. Song of Valor. The Bard sings an ancient tale of valorous heroes, granting the party bonuses to mana, stamina regeneration at a rate affected by the Bard's cunning. The Bard can only sing one song at a time. Does it also grant myself regen? Distraction. The Bard's performance, replete with dizzying flourishes, is designed to distract and confuse. The target forgets who it was fighting and becomes disoriented unless it passes a mental resistance check. A Song of Courage. The Bard launches into an epic song of the party's exploits, granting the bonuses to attack damage and critical damage. The size of the bonuses are affected by the Bard's cunning. The Bard can only sing one song at a time. Captivating Song. The Bard begins an entrancing song that stuns hostile targets nearby, unless they pass a mental resistance check every few seconds. Continuing the song does not drain stamina, but the Bard cannot move or take any action while singing. Interesting. Interesting.
Yes? Something you need?
Wait, what happens if I say, I think you should go?
Yes? Go? What do you mean, go?
We don't need you anymore. Oh, never mind.
What do you need? Ask away. Such as they are. What do you need?
I'd like to ask you
Ask
something.
away.
Why have you remained Templar if you hit the chant?
Have you seen the uniform? It's not only stylish, but well made. I'm a sucker for good tailoring.
Thought Templars were heavy plate mostly. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen you wearing it. Not this again. Can you answer this question? Don't think I've ever seen you wearing it.
I keep it hidden under my pillow. Sometimes I'll take it out just so I can hug it fondly and remember the good old days. Brings a tear to the eyes, you know.
What's the real reason? This is why you deflect questions with the humor, right?
I'd use my shield if I could, but I think you might actually spot me hiding behind it. You don't really want to know about my being a Templar, do you? It's really quite boring.
I really want to know, yes.
Poke, poke, poke. Tell me everything about your life, Alistair. Or the truth
Holy shit.
that I did hate going to the monastery. The initiates from poor families thought I put on airs, while the noble ones called me a bastard and ignored me. I felt like Al Eamon had cast me off, unwanted, and I was determined to be bitter. But I took some solace in the training itself, I guess. I was actually quite good at it.
What did you enjoy about the training?
The education, mostly, but also the discipline. You need to have a disciplined mind in order to use the abilities we have. It was difficult, but rewarding. I never really felt at home anywhere, though, until I joined the Grey Wardens. And Duncan felt my Templar abilities might be useful for when we encountered Darkspawn magic, so I kept it up. What about you? Do you have anywhere you consider home?
Not anymore. The alienage in Denver, my family's there. Home is River Campus, we travelers now. Alienage.
You must miss them a great deal. Duncan and the Grey Wardens are the closest I ever got to that kind of family. We won't always be traveling like this, you know. Once the war is over, once the Blight is... well, a time will come when we'll have to think about having a real home again. Though that seems like a far ways off. And I suppose the Grey Wardens are gone for good. Either way.
Assuming we even survive, they can rebuild. You can always keep traveling. There's not the time to think about it. They can be rebuilt.
I suppose you're right. We can create new Grey Wardens. But we'll never get back those we lost. I wonder if it would ever feel the same.
Nope.
Anyhow,
It will never be the same
we
again.
better get back to what we're supposed to...
Ah, +1 at least.
Yes. I am hardly surprised. Very well. As you...
Alright. I would say that's about it. So, I'm actually enjoying this quite a bit, even though she's still playing hard to get.
Yes? Something you need?
Which is quite annoying. Anyway, yeah, it's fun. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I do. I have been doing this for 10.5 hours now. And I need to go get grocery shopping before I have D&D in 3.5 hours. Anyway, I hope I will have the spoons to stream more over the coming week. Maybe even tonight, but I won't promise anything as usual. So until next time, I suppose. I wish you a wonderful rest of the morning, day, evening, night, whatever it is for you. Time zone appropriate. Farewells and no doubt.